Recording now.
Ask please come to order. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adjourn the current legislative day.
Seeing no communications, the House stands adjourned.
Mr. Bomback.
Present.
Mr. Bomback present. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Ms. Bennett present. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz present. Ms. Bolden.
Present.
Ms. Bolden present. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady absent. Mrs. Briggs King.
Had-
There it is.
Mrs. Briggs King.
Present.
Mrs. Briggs King present. Mr. Bush.
Present.
Mr. Bush present. Mr. Carson.
Present.
Mr. Carson present. Mr. Chikwocha.
Present.
Mr. Chikwocha present. Mr. Collins.
Present.
Mr. Collins present. Mr. Cook.
Present.
Mr. Cook present. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Present.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker present. Mr. Dukes.
Present.
Mr. Dukes present. Mr. Gray.
Present.
Mr. Gray present. Mrs. Griffith.
Present.
Mrs. Griffith present. Mrs. Heffernan.
Present.
Mrs. Heffernan present. Mr. Hensley.
Present.
Mr. Hensley present. Mr. Jakes.
Present.
Mr. Jakes present. Mrs. Johnson.
Present.
Mrs. Johnson present. Mr. Q. Johnson.
Present.
Mr. Q. Johnson present. Mr. Kowalko.
Present.
Mr. Kowalko present. Mrs. Longhurst.
Present.
Mrs. Longhurst present. Mr. Lynn.
Present.
Mr. Lynn present. Mr. Matthews.
Present.
Mr. Matthews present. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Present.
Mrs. Minor Brown present. Mr. Mitchell.
Present.
Mr. Mitchell present. Mr. Morris.
Present.
Mr. Morris present. Mr. Osinski.
Present.
Mr. Osinski present. Mr. Postles.
Present.
Mr. Postles present. Mr. Ramon.
Present.
Mr. Ramon present. Mr. Siegfried.
Present.
Mr. Siegfried present. Mr. Short.
Present.
Mr. Short present. Mr. Shoup.
Present.
Mr. Shoup present. Mr. Smith.
Present.
Mr. Smith present. Mr. Smick.
Present.
Mr. Smick present. Mr. Spiegelman.
Present.
Mr. Spiegelman present. Mr. Vanderwin. Mr. Vanderwin. Mr. Vanderwin absent. Mr. Viola.
Present.
Mr. Viola present. Mrs. Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Williams present. Mr. Yerrick.
Present.
Mr. Yerrick present. Mr. Speaker.
Present.
Mr. Speaker present.
Representative Brady.
Mark, present, please.
Mr. Brady from absent to mark present.
Representative Vanderwin. Quorum being present, House of Representatives is formally in session. Each member's identity has been authenticated by the presiding officer. The prayer for today will be offered by Representative Gerald Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We gather today at a distance, yet we meet with common goals and objectives. It is our purpose to collectively reach an understanding on best practice and the best approach to solve our problems. We therefore, God, seek your blessings to clear our conscience, teach us acceptance, and to clarify our judgment. We simply ask, dear Lord, that you may provide us the wisdom to find peace, harmony, and justice for all. In our Lord's name, we pray. Amen.
I'd like to have a moment of silence for Mr. Wilson Anthony, stepfather of Margaret Pepper Chesser, which is one of our House Legislative Fellows, and also for Linda Wheaton Breedlove, who is the mother of Dave Burris, who's on the Republican Chief of Staff on the Senate side. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The minutes of the previous legislative day have been posted without objection, be accepted as posted. Representative Longhurst, I'm going to need a motion to suspend rules on House Bill 346.
I'm moving to the consent agenda F.
No, I thought we were going to 346. Nope.
I'd like to have a motion to suspend rules that require any motion, the suspension rules of consent agenda F.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend rules on consent agenda F, consisting of House Bill 341, House Bill 343, House Bill 345, House Bill 347. Mr. Puffer, please read consent agenda F into the record.
Mr. Speaker, House Consent Agenda F for June 18th, 2020, consisting of the following bills: House Bill 341, House Bill 343, House Bill 345, and House Bill 347. Motion to suspend rules required, 2/3 vote required. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of consent agenda.
Mr. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on consent agenda F. I'm sorry. I already skipped over. Please call the roll call on the suspension of rules of consent agenda F.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
No.
Mrs. Briggs King, no. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chipocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chipocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris, no. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
No.
Mr. Postles, no. Mr. Ramon.
Not voting.
Mr. Ramon not voting. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman voting yes. Mr. Vanderwyn. Mr. Vanderwyn. Mr. Mr. Vanderwin absent. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on the motion.
Puffer from not voting to voting yes, please.
Mr. Ramon from not voting to voting yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on the motion, 36 yes, 4 no, 1 absent.
Mr. Speaker, you're muted.
Somebody muted me by accident. Having received this constitutional majority, the rules are suspended and consent agenda F is now before us.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Short.
Just like to note that Representative Vanderwin is in our Georgetown office with the technical staff for the state of Delaware. He's unable to get the opportunity to speak. He's been here both for the roll call, but he's unable to actually say something.
Hang on just a second. Is that what you wanted, Representative Briggs
Yes, it is.
King?
I wanted because I'm also working remotely because of the Sussex County connections, and I can hear and physically see him in the other room, and he's unable to respond both for roll call and for the vote.
All right, hang on just a second, okay? I'm going to mute myself for a minute. Hold on.
Could he work and respond from my computer?
Representative King, if you could have him come over to your computer, and when it comes time for him to vote or anything, he could just answer on your computer. That would be fine. But we need to see him, okay? We already suspended rules.
Right.
Yeah. Representative Vanderwin, good to see you, buddy.
Mark present, please, Mr.
All right, so we didn't give you a chance to vote. We already closed the vote out on suspension rules. Would you like to make a comment which way you would like it to go, or you just want to go mute?
I'd like to be marked as voting no. No.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Longhurst, House consent agenda F is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have consent agenda 7 read in with House Bill 341, sponsored by Representative Lynn, an act to amend the Title 8 of the Delaware Code relating to the general corporation law. House Bill 343, sponsored by Representative Lynn, an act to amend the Charter 17, Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation and regulation, operations, and dissolution of the domestic limited partnership and registration and regulation of foreign limited partnerships. House Bill 345, sponsored by Representative Mitchell, an act to extend the certain legislative task force and committees. And finally, House Bill 347 with Representative Jakes as sponsored, an act to amend Title 29 of the Delaware Code relating to procurement. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Clerk, please. Seeing nobody's hand up, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on consent.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
So sweet.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Oh,
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
No.
Mr. Kowalko.
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick. Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 40 yes, 1 no.
I received Wisconsin's majority consent agenda F is declared here. Hereby declare passed.
I think you were muted. I think you were muted. You were muted. You were muted, Pete.
All right, we keep getting muted. Having received the Constitution majority consent, agenda number F is declared passed the House. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are going to go to the agenda, and we're going to start with item number 4, House Bill 349 with House Amendment 1, with a motion to suspend rules to Representative Quinn Johnson.
You're going to have to let me find it here. Representative Quinn Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to suspend rules for any action that can be taken on House Bill 349, please.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that rules be suspended for action on House Bill 349. Mr. Chief Clerk, please read it in by title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 349, sponsored by Representative Q Johnson and Representative Bush and Senator Pardee and Senator Sokola, an act to amend Title IV of the Delaware Code relating to alcoholic liquors. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Bill 349.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on Representative Dana Short. You got your hand up? Nope, okay. Ms. Clerk, please call the roll on motion to suspend rules for action on House Bill 349.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yeah.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakotcha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakotcha, yes. Mr. Collins.
No. No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalka.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalka, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
No.
Mr. Morris, no. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
No.
Mr. Postles, no. Mr. Ramon.
Not voting.
Mr. Ramon not voting. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
No.
Mr. Short, no. Mr. Shoup.
No.
Mr. Shoup, no. Mr. Smith.
No.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Smick. Mr. Smick.
No, sir.
Mr. Smick, no. Mr. Spiegelman.
No.
Mr. Spiegelman, no. Mr. Vanderwin. Mr. Vanderwin.
No, Rich, can you hear me?
Yes, we got.
Yes, Mr. Vanderwin, your recorded is voting no. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
No.
Mr. Yerrick, no. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Briggs King.
Changing from yes to no.
Mrs. Briggs King from voting yes to voting no. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on the motion, 29 yes, 11 no, 1 not voting.
I received it's the required number of votes. The rules are suspended. House Bill 349 is now before us. Representative Williams, you have a pre-filed amendment to House Bill 349. Would you like to have it read in?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chief Clerk, please read in House Amendment number 1, to House Bill 349 by title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 349, sponsored by Representative Williams and Representative Q Johnson and Representative Longhurst and Representative Short and Representative Mitchell and Representative Matthews and Representative Osinski and Representative Smith and Representative Ramon and Representative Minor Brown and Representative Griffith and Representative Bennett and Representative Viola. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 349.
Thank you, Mr. Puffer. Representative Williams, House Amendment number 1, House Bill 349 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All this amendment does is remove the requirements that takeout, curbside, or drive-through service must include complete meals, and that the cost for alcoholic beverages not to exceed 40% of the licensee's total sales transaction. This amendment will allow tap rooms which serve little to no food to sell alcoholic beverages for off-premises consumption and treats all entities that have a valid on-premises license the same. If there are no questions, roll call, please.
Seeing no question, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment number 1 to House Bill 349.
Mr. Bombeck.
Yes.
Mr. Bombeck, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chicocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chicocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris? Mr. Morris absent. Mr. Osinski?
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles?
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried?
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup?
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick? Mr. Smick? Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman?
Yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin? Mr. Vanderwin?
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola?
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick?
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Morris?
Representative Morris?
I'm voting yes.
Mr. Morris from absent to voting yes. Mr. Baum.
I know, but not in the middle of
Mr.
the
Speaker, the
roll
roll call on the House Amendment 1, 41 yes.
call. I received Constitutional Majority House Amendment number 1 is declared passed as and now it turns to House Bill 349. Representative Bomback, I see your hand up, but I couldn't stop the roll call for that. Representative Bomback.
Yeah, actually, I have a comment after the bill sponsor speaks about the bill.
Okay, all right, I'll call on. Representative Quinn Johnson, House Bill 349 is amended by House Amendment number 1 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 349 is a temporary measure that, if passed, will actually sunset on March 31st, 2021. What the bill does is acknowledges that there's been significant losses in the food and drink establishments due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They have been forced to shut down for several months and are currently under a situation where they have restrictions for reopening and could be under some of those restrictions for some time. So the community, the business community, as well as us, are definitely looking to help them out. And this provision was part of the governor's executive orders during a state of emergency, where we're taking what's in those orders and extending them out to that date. It is a date certain, so there's no uncertainty by either parties as to how long this will exist. I'm glad to certainly answer any questions, but I think that this is something that will definitely assist the restaurant industries and tap rooms to be able to hopefully get through the current situation they've been experiencing.
Representative Bomback.
Yes, permission to address the bill sponsor.
Granted.
Yeah, Representative Quinn Johnson, I want to thank you for bringing this forward, but most especially for the, as you say, the date certain, but also the temporary nature of this. Certainly, we are living in the measures in this bill are relatively extraordinary. But I do think that they're appropriate for the times, but I think it's important to, I'd like to state on the record that I do not support them becoming permanent later on. But again, I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Representative Ramon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this is a question of you or the sponsor, but I would ask that with the unusual circumstances that we're in and many of us perceiving that we weren't going to be voting on individual bills, that somehow we're afforded an opportunity to be listed as a co-prime or co-sponsor on this bill if we wish. I know that we can't go to Mr. Puffer and sign at the end. Is there another format which we could use to still be considered as a sponsor on this bill?
Yes, I said this last week and I'll say it again this week.
sorry.
I meant to say it in the very beginning. I forgot. Any of the bills we have here, if any of you want to be listed as a sponsor, most of these bills only have 1 or 2 sponsors on them. We didn't circulate it for sponsorship because we were trying to get these things in. If any of them you want to be on the sponsor, listed as sponsor, email Rich Puffer, put the bill number and tell him you want to be on there. And he will add your name. So in the computer he'll go into the computer and change it to the listing on the official bill. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to being on a co-sponsor in the Small Business Caucus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's an important place to be, and I really appreciate the effort to help the business.
Well, thank you for bringing it up because I did forget to do it. I said it last week and I meant to say it again this week, but And just for the record, I'm saying it now for next week, okay? Representative Kim Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to thank the bill sponsor, Representative Johnson, for working with me on the amendment, and thank you to everyone who supported it. I really appreciate it. I know the business owners do as well, so thank you.
Thank you. And I see Representative Jesse Vanderwin is back to his own computer right now. So he's all smiles. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call
One
the
question
roll.
or comment, if I may, just before you go to the roll call.
Representative Johnson, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. And with that, I want to thank everybody's support, those that do support it. But I definitely want to thank the business community that was impacted by this without getting into all the different individual groups that we spoke to. It's great to see how they are trying to help each other out as fellow business owners and understanding one another's issues with that. So they themselves need to be commended. So with that, thank you, and absolutely roll call, please.
Ms. Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 349 as amended by House Amendment number 1.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady absent. Mrs. Briggs King. Mrs. Briggs King. Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mrs. Dukes, yes. Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q. Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Brady.
You were muted, Pete.
All right, that one was my fault. Representative Brady.
He's holding up a piece
All
of
right.
paper.
What?
I think he held up a piece of paper that we can't hear him.
Where is it? Do it again, Gerald. You're muted again. He's upstairs, isn't he? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill number 349 as
better?
amended by House Amendment. Yes, that's better. What's your vote?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Brady from absent to voting yes on House Bill 349. Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 41 yes.
And receives its constitutional majority. House Bill number 349 is amended by House Member number 1 is declared passed the House. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we're going to go to item number 3 on the agenda, House Bill 344 with Representative Lynn with a motion to suspend rules.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd respectfully request and so move that House Bill number 344 be considered and that any House rules be waived that would preclude us from working on House Bill number 344.
We have a second?
Yeah, I think it's because I had put this in.
It's been moved and seconded. The rules be suspended for action on House Bill number 344. Mr. Clerk, please read it in by title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 344, sponsored by Representative Lynn and Representative Bush and Representative Griffith, and Senator Brown and Senator Del Colo and Senator Hansen and Senator Townsend and other representatives and senators. An act to amend Chapter 6, Title 18 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of domestic limited partner liability companies and the registration and regulation of foreign limited liability companies. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Bill 344 by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the roll on a motion to suspend the rules for action on House Bill 344.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady absent. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalka.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalka, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
No.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Smick.
No.
Mr. Smick, no. Mr. Spiegelman.
Yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
No.
Mr. Yerrick, no. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Brady.
Yes.
Thank you.
Brady from absent to voting yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 37 yes, 4 no.
I had this in.
We're going to receive this required number of votes. The rules are suspended for House Bill number 344. Representative Lynn, House Bill 344 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that Bill number 344, the rules having been suspended for its consideration, now be read in for the third and final time and presented for consideration in the House.
Second.
We've already read it.
We've already read it in. We don't need to have it read in. I'm going right to you, Representative Lind. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill continues the practice of amending periodically the Delaware Limited Liability Company Act to keep it current and to maintain its national prominence. The following is a section-by-section review of the proposed amendment of the Act. I don't intend to go through it in detail. However, this amendment makes mostly ministerial changes to sections 1 through 14 of the Limited Liability Act, and also some substantive changes. Barring any questions, I'd ask for a roll call.
We're not that lucky. I see you, John. I got you. You look like you're waxing on, waxing off. Representative Kowalko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open dialogue with the sponsor of
Granted.
House Bill 344 for the purposes of some questions and a comment.
Granted.
Representative Lind, did you draft this legislation personally, or was it a product of the corporate bar section?
I did not draft it personally, Mr. Kowalko, Representative Kowalko.
Thank you, sir. In this bill itself, I'm just going to limit it to a few questions I have before I make some comment on it. And that is lines 44 through 49. There is language in there that the expanded ownership of registered agents whose offices are located in Delaware would include the following entities listed: Bill, foreign limited liability partnerships, foreign limited partnerships, foreign limited liability companies, and foreign statutory trusts. The problem I have with that conversion to allowing, I believe it's eliminated it allows foreign corporation or foreign limited liability partnership to become agents in this thing. The problem I have with that is that when the offices are located in Delaware, include those following entities, but if a registered agent happens to be under this revision, this amendment of the current law, is a foreign limited liability company whose ownership is in many, many cases have been kept secret, and no doubt secret would be in this case, then there's an additional impediment that law enforcement would have to deal with it in order to identify bad actors that use the Delaware corporate law to commit crimes. It seems to me that this could lead us to a very serious situation. I don't ask you to agree or disagree with my conclusion, but I do. I want to pose that to you as a question that's in that bill, and that is very concerning to me.
Thank you, Representative Kowalko. I want to make sure that first I understand the question. So I'm looking at lines 44 through 49 on page 2 of 11 of the bill, and you have asserted that there is an impediment to law enforcement. If you could, sir, I'm not sure what you mean by an impediment to law enforcement. If you could explain that in the context of a question, I would appreciate it. Simply stated, what a registered agent does is a registered agent is an individual or a corporation that accepts service on behalf of an artificial entity. In the event that there is no registered agent, then in some circumstances, the Secretary of State would accept service on their behalf. So I'm not necessarily sure what the impediment is that you've identified or believe to exist, but if you could frame that in the context of a question, I would appreciate it.
All right, I'll try to do that for you, sir. There is historically in Delaware's limited LLC laws, historically has been an inability, because the laws are written that way, to identify independent or beneficial ownerships or the actual identity of ownerships. We've had this case before us in the past. We've become, and I will follow this up certainly with some of the comments I'm going to make on this bill. But what we've done is now make it even easier to have companies with unidentified beneficial ownership, because we are now opening up the category of registered agents can be a foreign limited liability company. I know in this state that we have about, I think, 200,000 foreign limited liability companies that are registered as Delaware LLC. But now, if they can become agents, and I'll be frank with you, the fact of the matter is that I've tried to reform this law for a long time, because when we have a law written that gives you, with a very good reason, gives protection to businesses, but on the other hand, also disallows a scrutiny, appropriate scrutiny of the ownership, and that is handled by the agent of record. In the current case, it would be someone, say a Delaware Corporate Bar Association agent of record who is the registered agent for this. And we have the case that could be used right now, in my opinion, of the bill, the way the bill stands, that could be used almost as an invasive technique. In other words, it could be stated that yes, I'm the spokesperson for the LLC, I'm the contact person for the LLC. We've abided by all the laws, but I happen to be an attorney and I enjoy attorney-client privilege. And if you may recall, that has happened briefly, not too long ago in our history, when a downstate lawyer said, I don't have to answer the questions of my ownership in this because I'm a partner in this, or because I am an attorney and I'm the agent, and the attorney enjoys the agent enjoys the attorney-client privilege, so I don't have to divulge any of the details. Well, I think that this rewrite of this bill is expanding that into an area where we're going to have, foreign limited liability companies becoming registered agents. And in the cases where those ownerships are secret, and there have been many cases, I find it very threatening to not just the reputation of Delaware, but to the investors in these things. So I think that does convert that into a situation that can be very not instrumental, not in the best interest of Delaware. So I would say that if you think that it's perfectly harmless, then you can state that, and that'll be a sufficient answer for me. Won't be.
Go ahead. Are you done, John?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Lynn, you want to go?
Thank you, Mr.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, no. I'm done with that part. That's
Oh,
just the first
okay.
question.
I'm sorry, John.
No.
I was trying to get one by you.
No, I'm sorry.
If I could reply to that, Mr.
Go ahead.
Speaker, briefly.
Representative Lynn.
Representative Kowalko, while I know that you have concerns relative to the Limited Liability Act, I would state that in this instance, this particular point has literally nothing to do with transparency. It's not a transparency issue. This change is, I believe, purely ministerial, and it was in fact requested by the Secretary of State. And all that this section does, it's very limited, and it prevents a foreign partnership other than a foreign LLP from acting as a registered agent. Foreign LLCs have been eligible as registered agents. But I'd also kind of note that if, when we talk about a registered agent, the second half of that phrase is kind of off, and that's a registered agent for service. These are simply individuals that are accepting service on behalf of artificial entities in the state of Delaware.
No, and I appreciate your response, but I disagree with that. I think that we already have enough veils of secrecy constructed that I don't want to see more being imposed by the letting bad actors come in as agents. And not everybody's a bad actor, but it happens. The other question I have is about, in reference to the House Bill 344, deleting appraisals from the LLC Act. And it strikes me that is not a well thought out idea. I mean, why eliminate language in the LLC Act that protects a legitimate beneficial owner of an LLC? To understand this, as defined in the law, appraisal rights are the ownership interests of a beneficial owner of an LLC. If a beneficial owner wishes to be bought out by the other beneficial owners, an appraisal for the fair value of ownership interest would protect the beneficial owners of the LLC. Why delete appraisals from the LLC Act? Because I question whose interest is being served by that. If the members' agreement does not have appraisals written in a document, then I imagine it would have to be added by perhaps tens of thousands of LLCs into this to circumvent the fact that we're removing it. I'll make a statement after, if you wish to respond to that. I have a statement about.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd respectfully the intervention of our House Attorney, Natalie.
Okay. Yeah, on your own.
And Mr. Kowalko, while we wait, if we could simply, I want to make sure that we can distill the question down. There was a lot of periphery surrounding your question. And as I understood it, your question was, what was the rationale behind the deletion of the language relative to an appraisal? Is that correct? And that's with regard to Section 5, Section 18-20. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Representative Lynn, I have Ms. Wallison on here now. You can talk directly to her.
Thank you. Ms. Woloshin, we have a question from Representative Kowalko, specifically as it relates to Section 5 of House Bill 344, specifically Section 18-10 of the Act. And his question is relative to the change confirming that no appraisal rights are available with respect to a limited liability company interest or another interest in a limited liability company, including in connection with the enumerated transactions, unless it's otherwise provided in the enumerated documents. And my question, my understanding of Representative Kowalko's question is, what was the rationale for the deletion of the appraisal rights?
Ms. Wallison, would you state your name and your title, please?
We can't hear Pete.
Oh, I can't even see her.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, perhaps the answer that I could provide with my reading of the bill would satisfy inquiry, and that's simply that the appraisal rights are still available if they are contracted. So it simply states that if the appraisal rights are contracted between the members of the LLC, you still have a right to an appraisal. Appraisal is simply been deleted from the code, but avails the members of the LLC the opportunity to have that right if they so choose when they draft the operating agreement of the LLC.
Representative Kowalko, does that satisfy
If I might
you?
respond, yes. And I appreciate what you're saying, sir. I just feel that to put the thing in reverse, what is the benefit of deleting the appraisals from the LLC Act? In other words, forcing these things to be either written in a document or not available whatsoever. I just find that's a very precarious situation to put people in. And that being said, we don't need to hear from the attorney about that matter, but I would like to make a statement about this bill.
Thank you. Go ahead with your statement. Ms.
Okay.
Wallison, you may step down.
Thank you. And Representative Lynn, the reason I asked you about draft this legislation personally, because I actually knew you didn't. I know how it just works. And as we know, and I think all our colleagues should be aware, the section of corporation law of the Delaware State Bar Association writes this kind of legislation, what it once passed. Over the years, we as members of the General Assembly have acted in good faith and have passed those bills with little, if any, debate. Now I find the lack of debate has come back to haunt us. I'm going to give you an example. In June 14, 2017, I was a sponsor of House Bill 57, which I presented to the House Judiciary Committee. It would have established needed reforms to the Delaware Limited Liability Company Act. Specifically, the bill would have required Delaware's registered agents cross-checked the U.S. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets sanctions list for money launderers, narcotics traffickers, and other bad actors. At this hearing, evidence was described to the committee, legitimate evidence, documented evidence that international narcotics traffickers from Venezuela were using the secrecy of the beneficial ownership, shielding them enabled the Delaware LLC Act to traffic drugs and launder money. These drug traffickers were listed on the OFAC sanctions list. They used beneficial ownership secrecy of Delaware LLCs to assist in trafficking drugs and laundering money. One of the principals of this enterprise was the Vice President of Venezuela. This example clearly justified the need for LLC reforms. But at the hearing, and I remind you, it was another one of these bills that are done every year, we did not have a hearing for these pieces of legislation where these concerns I'm voicing now, just a few of them, and other concerns that I deal with from experts in this area could be answered. Two attorneys, Delaware attorneys spoke at that House Bill 57. And one of them was Representative Melanie Smith, who said, when the Delaware General Assembly wants to take up legislation dealing with corporation, it takes the recommendation of the section of corporation law. This organization comprises some of the state's best lawyers who vet all legislation that goes through it. They vet it amongst themselves. I want to point that out. There's documented news articles of bad actors who misuse our corporate laws is at the very least an embarrassment to Delaware, and at the worst is a threat to our safety and well-being. I just want to point out, every time that we amend this Delaware law, as long as we refuse to put some kind of reforms in it, and instead open the doors further for ne'er-do-wells, I want to point out the history of Delaware's LLC. Documented crimes enabled by the Delaware LLC Act include money laundering, narcotics trafficking, embezzlement, bribery, securities fraud, and facilitating child sex trafficking. We are a deliberate body, and we should begin to question these corporate law amendments and to fully understand the implications of the amendments. Carte blanche approval is not an option anymore. During that hearing, Matthew O'Toole, who was a corporate attorney with Potter Anderson Corona at the time, and I know he's one of the authors of this bill because he contacted me, wanted to answer questions in a conversation. They should have been more appropriately placed in a committee hearing. And he added that my reform bill was vaguely worded. When I see the additions to this current bill of deleting appraisals without a specific interest being served or documented why, I started asking, why are we just running these bills through? And why are we intent and hell-bent on doing these bills at this time? These are not bills that are going to address coronavirus. They're not bills that are going to affect one way or the other the revenue we brought in. I'm still waiting for an answer when we created in the last bill, and I don't want to go back in time, but we have to appreciate what we're doing now before us without any kind of review, without any kind of hearing. And I will point out to you, when we created in the last bill, series LLCs, which were at a price determined much lower than the $350 fee for a regular LLCs. And it was to propose some kind of a mutually interested group of LLCs can get in at a lesser price. And I said, I'm okay with that condition, but are we going to document whether the money coming in has lessened because of this enactment of the bill or increased? I asked that question. I was promised an answer from the Department of Finance and from the State Department from Jeffrey Bullock. They have never gotten that. So as I look at these other restructurings of a bill that I find, quite frankly, I would imagine, that's not accusatory, they're out of 62 members in the chamber, 61 of them do not understand the ramification of what's going on. So now we're doing it without a hearing. And it disturbed me very much that we are just moving through with this. I asked, and I did ask, and I'll repeat it for the record, that these bills be taken off the vote platform and brought back in January. And I will spend, and I've been asked by Mr. O'Toole and the other people that to spend time asking the question. I will spend the entire summer with them if they want to go over this bill, so I can point out and be satisfied the things that I think are expanding the lack of transparency, or expanding the opportunity for shell companies, expanding the loopholes. So I appreciate that the message is sent, we have to keep reforming these because we're competing with Nevada and what. Are we competing as Delaware to the bottom of a reputation to enhance our reputation as being the Cayman Islands of the world? I ask that question seriously. I ask every one of you that's going to vote for this. Do you know what's in this bill? Do you understand what has been happening? Watch the documentary, The Laundromat. You'll love that movie. And we get prominent mention in that. The last half of that movie, they say,
John,
"Oh,
can we get back to the bill?
Anyways, I will end this now.
Thank
And
you.
I will say, I think that we are moving prematurely and we are moving without any knowledge, and we are passing legislation that we as legislators should be ashamed to say we're casting a vote yes for something we don't know, a pig in a poke. Thank you.
Checking the list, Representative Ramon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cuoco, I will agree. There are some things that you brought up that are concerning, especially, I'm not an attorney, but I do know a little bit about LLCs. But I would also agree with the fact that I thought we had all been under the impression that any bills that would be passed on a consent calendar, and if they were removed from the consent calendar because the community could not participate, that we would address them in January. So from those 2 points, I absolutely agree with you. But I also understand that there are some bills that we have prioritized to a level that we feel deserve consideration of our legislative body to see whether or not, they need to be passed immediately or not. I'm not sure where this falls, but I know I'm not always on the same side, and we agree and disagree often. But in this particular situation, if there are bills that should be vetted and the community should participate in, and not just this one, in this virus environment, that consideration should be weighed very, very heavily, because we're taking upon ourselves to be the voice of a lot of people who aren't actually getting the opportunity to speak. So from that standpoint, on this particular bill, you are right, and I think there will be more that we're going to have to each make individual decisions on as they come up. But as far as the LLC side of it, some of the stuff I understand, a couple things that you had stated, I don't want to get into the details that I don't necessarily agree with, but one in particular you stated I am a bit concerned about, and I would have liked to hear the public comment and those professionals. So you made a good point, and I do appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you. Open dialogue with with Mr. Cuoco, please.
Granted.
Mr. Cuoco, Representative Cuoco, I often have an opportunity to pay attention to the sponsors, and I give my apologies to Representative Lynn. I did not speak to him ahead of time, and you bring what I believe to be some concerns that there may be people in my district that may feel sympathy for your points. Most of the time, and I apologize, Representative Lynn, I should have called you and cleared this up, and I didn't. So with the points that Mr. Cuoco has brought to bear, and without a public comment, I will be probably siding with Mr. Cuoco and its change of my vote, and I just wanted to bring that attention.
Representative Lynn, what's your pleasure?
Thank you. Just briefly to address it, we'll take some umbrage with my colleagues, Representative Cuoco's final comments, in that there is nothing whatsoever in this bill that has anything at all to do with transparency. And in point of fact, various reforms have occurred with regard to the LLC Act, including the Attorney General's ability to cancel an LLC's existence, which we saw recently with the AG's actions on Backpage.com. With that, I would ask for a roll call.
No further questions. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill number 344.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Not voting.
Mr. Brady not voting. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha?
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith?
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan?
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley?
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes?
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko?
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst?
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews?
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski?
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles?
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried?
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short?
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup?
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick?
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman?
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin?
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola?
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick?
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Brady?
Not voting, voting yes.
Mr. Brady, from not voting to voting yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 40 yes, 1 no.
I've received a constitutional majority. House Bill number 344 is declared passed the House. Representative Longhurst.
You are muted. Or muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will be going to item number 2 on the agenda, House Bill 342 to Representative Lynn. Does a motion to suspend rules?
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd make a motion to suspend any and all rules which would preclude the consideration of House Bill number 3.
Second.
We have excuse me, it's been moved and seconded that rules be suspended for action on House Bill 342. Mr. Chief Clerk, please read it in House Bill 342 by title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 342, sponsored by Representative Lynn and Representative Bush and Representative Griffith and Senator Brown and Senator Del Colo and Senator Hansen and Senator Townsend and other representatives and senators. An act to amend Chapter 15, Title 6 of the Delaware Code relating to the creation, regulation, operation, and dissolution of domestic partnerships and the registration and regulation of foreign limited liability partnerships. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Bill 342 by title.
Thank you. Mr. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to suspend rules for action on House Bill 342.
Mr. Bombeck?
Yes.
Mr. Bombeck, yes. Ms. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden?
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady?
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King?
No.
Mrs. Briggs King, no. Mr. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha?
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith?
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalka.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalka, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
No.
Mr. Morris, no. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
No.
Mr. Postles, no. Mr. Ramon.
Mr. Puffer, I'm voting yes, but I did have my hand raised before the roll call. Could I please ask the question when roll call is over?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Ramon voting yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
No. No.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Smick.
No.
Mr. Smick, no. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting no.
Mr. Spiegelman, no. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
No.
Mr. Yerrick, no. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on the motion to suspend rules, 33 yes, 8 no.
Having received the required number, the rules are suspended for House Bill number 342, which is now before us. Representative Lynn, let me address Representative Ramon real quick. Representative Ramon, I looked up at the screen to look for hands raised. I did not see a hand raised, but even if I had seen a hand raised before the roll call, I could not have taken it because it's a motion that's not debatable at that point in time. Once the motion is made, we have to go to the vote, and then you can question later. So if you have a question you want to ask now, that'd be fine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not a question that would have affected my vote. I was just, I guess I was in bond today and I didn't see what came out later last night. But if I remember correctly, 342 and 344 were on the consent item calendar and they came off. I'm just questioning how did we do that and what was the process to be able to still do that? I thought it normally got done like today, but so I was just asking for some procedural clarity just to know if I was wrong or did I look at it incorrectly. And now that they're on the general and we get to do it, and I know you said we could pull them, but could you please just tell me how that happened?
All right, so we put the agenda out with the the consent agenda. Anybody that has a question of any of the bills can request bills be pulled off. Representative Kowalko asked that those two bills be pulled off and run separately by themselves so that he could address both of them. And that's what happened here.
Thank you. That's perfect. That's
okay.
what I was wondering.
All right. All right, Representative Lynn, House Bill 342 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pending before the House consideration is House Bill number 342. This bill, similar to House Bill 344, which was just discussed, continues the practice that we typically engage in at this time of year, which is amending periodically parts of the Delaware Code with respect to artificial entities. In this instance, it is with regard to the Delaware Revised Uniform Partnership Act, and it is being revised in an effort to keep it current and again to maintain its national preeminence. The bill modifies certain sections of the Uniform Partnership Act from sections 1 through 9. And again, while some of these changes are in some small way substantive, the vast majority are purely ministerial in nature, and I would ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
I do have a hand raised, Representative John Kowalko.
You guys muting me?
If you know,
Open dialogue.
if I could, I'd have done it a long time ago.
I know, but you can't, Pete. That's what democracy is all about.
I know. We got you. It's your
Yes,
turn.
open dialogue with the sponsor bill.
Granted.
Thank you. Representative Lynn, this bill, I know there are it's probably called a different subject, but it's also, there's a lot of the same concerns I have in this. And the first and foremost certainly is that none of these questions that I'm about to ask or concerns I have had any ability to be answered in a hearing, but more importantly, these are, and I did not take 341 or 343 off because I didn't want to prolong this thing into midnight hour, but I object to those just as much. Anyway, in this particular bill, 342, with section 15-111, parentheses A2D, it permits a registered agent to be a foreign corporation, a foreign partnership, or a foreign limited partnership. Thus, it seems to me, anyone seeking information about these businesses will have a much more difficult time learning who the owners are, as it seems to negate any safeguards enacted by Delaware and ensures to ensure where the business can be located. But it works against, again, law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies. I see this as, again, opening up the floodgates for using the Delaware corporation laws to build a fabric of shell interests into companies. And I find it upsets me, and I had to point this out because I mean, I know it's similar to my concerns in the other bill, but if you want to respond to that, that's okay. Your response will be, I don't know what your response will be. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be presumptive. But if you care to respond to that, my concern is that it's going to open a floodgate of deception.
Representative Lynn, did you want to respond?
Just briefly, Speaker, and again, I couldn't disagree more. This bill and the other bills for consideration today, again, have nothing whatsoever to do with transparency. For my colleagues, the language that Representative Kowalko was referencing begins on line 30 and ends on line 32. It is page 2 of 6 of the bill in question. And if you look, remember, when we amend parts of the code, it's only the strike throughs or the underlined portions that are in any way changes from the code sections that already exist. So all that we're doing in this instance is you're eliminating and just simply stating that it has to be a foreign limited liability partnership or a foreign limited partnership, and including a foreign limited liability partnership. I mean, those are simply the changes. They are not substantive in nature. The agent change has no bearing whatsoever on transparency. So I think it's and again, I take umbrage at the suggestion that this bill or that my sponsorship of same in any way is an attempt to obfuscate this section of the Delaware Corporation Law. It really just has nothing whatsoever to do with that. And again, I'm available for further questions.
Yes, I'm not finished yet. Yes, and I'm sorry you take umbrage because it's not you that should be taking umbrage. It should be the Corporate Bar Association that churns these bills out one year after another. And quite frankly, it should be us that take umbrage with abdicating our responsibilities to have a proper review of these bills. Instead, just a rubber stamp what these bills have done and continue to do. So the second part of the question, again, in this bill on section 15-120, why are we removing appraisal rights? We're not going to go through that again. I don't want you to call the attorney up. I just find that is puts certain people, even investors, at a disadvantage. And then another one of my concerns is 15-124. And I believe that is, I don't know if I have the line marked here or not. But that is permits a person to execute a document with the electronic signature of another party. And it's not what they add in that hurts transparency, but it does not have any requirement. It's without any requirements to prove that they have that authority. Nothing in the law. That's line 96, I believe, in 342. We'll find that. So we are we aren't necessarily making these less transparent. We are giving the opportunities for these things to not only be lacking in transparency, but to enhance the vagueness and the cloak of secrecy that is in this thing. Again, I'll refer you to the past history of the Delaware LLCs, El Chapo had an LLC, corporations that come to this under these guises of incorporating. And I agree with Secretary Bullock about one thing. This should be a certainty of control at the federal level for corporate ownership, for corporate official ownership, and all this. But it is not happening. As a matter of fact, our own Congressperson, Lisa Blunt Rochester, is on a resolution which would correct some of the inadequacies in our corporate law. In the meantime, though, I feel that this is the type of bill that should have not been brought without any kind of hearing, certainly. I think that without discussion with interested lawmakers, and maybe nobody's interested, but I am, and a lot of people that I deal with are interested in this, because I am more interested in maintaining the reputation of Delaware as a place that's wonderful to do business in, but it's not a place that you can hide your bank book, hide your drug profits. And don't take umbrage of that, Representative. This has been going on long before you were in office. Take umbrage at the fact that there has never been an explanation posited about these bills. None have been asked for. I've actually offered bills to reform some of the parts of the weaknesses in the LLC and in the corporate bills, and have been rejected every time. So I think that it would, I don't want you to be insulted by this, but if it insults the corporate bar community, then good, because it is time for the special interests to stop writing special interest bills that benefit themselves and don't benefit the public, and in fact, endanger the reputation of Delaware. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lynn, what's your pleasure? I see no other hands raised.
Thank you. I just believe that fundamentally comparing such a ministerial change in this act and comparing it to El Chapo is simply reckless on its face. There are avenues by which a person who is the victim of a fraudulent signature, somebody who someone signed on their behalf and the signatory lacked actual authority, though they may have had apparent authority, and comparing such a ministerial change to a drug cartel is simply, it's outrageous on its face. Roll call.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I would like
Zach
to.
Walker.
Yes, and don't misunderstand me, Representative. We have a history, we have a record in Delaware of these things. It is not a matter of saying, hey, there's O'Toole's out there from the corporate bar soliciting a corporation to be formed by El Chapo. We have done that. Paul Manafort has engaged it, even President Trump. And quite frankly, this is a history that we should not be embracing. Instead of moving toward reform, we're moving toward these minuscule, as you call them, changes, which are in fact not minuscule in the very reality that they foment an atmosphere of permissiveness that is being taken advantage of even as we sit here. So please don't misunderstand or misinterpret what I'm trying to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lynn, roll call.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill number 342.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady absent. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Brady?
Brady.
Voting yes.
Mr. Brady from absent, 2 voting yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 40 yes, 1 no.
Having received the Constitution majority, House Bill number 342 is declared passed. Representative Kowalko, I see your hand up. Is that from before?
No,
Is that
that's
new?
just a brief comment. I want to advise
Okay.
or recommend that all of you in this chamber, if you have time on your hand, because we're all isolated, go rent the movie or go on Netflix and see the movie The Laundromat, and then you can understand that it's not some kind of imaginary problem we're facing. It's a real problem, and it's real facts that deals with real people, that deals with the real fraud and the real money laundering that goes on about us. So do yourselves a favor, watch that.
Thank you. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to wrap up the day with item number 1, House Bill 346 with House Amendment 1, House Amendment 2, House Amendment 3, and House Amendment 4. If I could please have that read in.
I'm going to need a motion to suspend.
I'm
rules.
sorry, motion to suspend rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The rules be suspended for action on House Bill 346. Mr. Chief Clerk, please read it in by title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill number 346, sponsored by Representative Longhurst and Representative Schwarzkopf and Representative Mitchell, Representative Brady and Senator McBride and Senator Poore and Senator Townsend and Senator Walsh and other representatives and senators. An act to amend Title 15 of the Delaware Code relating to voting by mail for the 2020 non-presidential primary, general, and special elections. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Bill number 346.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to
Speaker,
suspend the rules for
order,
action
order.
on the House. Point of order. Representative Short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I make a comment, please. Before we call the roll.
Rich. I thought it was non-debatable. I don't know. Representative Short, is this a question on the motion or the bill, or?
Yeah,
It's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky because we're not supposed to discuss the bill itself. Just talk about the motion, maybe.
Correct.
Representative Short.
So this is a comment about the motion to suspend. We've had a lot of conversation about this already today. But the difference, I think, in the previous standpoint, although very valid from my colleague up north, today I'm making an objection to this suspension of rules on this particular bill. This is a different bill in the sense of its national prominence and its debate, whether you see it on the internet, on social media, on national TV with regard to actual vote by mail. It has concerns from a great portion of the public. So I'd like to note to my colleagues in the General Assembly, this bill has been assigned to the House Administration Committee. Coincidentally, on Monday, there is actually a House Administration Committee meeting. It is my request here today that we table this bill and actually place it on that House agenda for Monday to discuss what I think are several other bills that have great prominence and have actual national attention and should be given the same consideration as the two other bills that I think have that same, what I would call prominence of the debate that is needed. So at this time, I'd like to ask the sponsor if she would entertain to table the bill and place it on the House Administration agenda for Monday so that we all might hear what the public has to say.
Representative Longhurst, you want to reply? You're muted. You're still muted.
Sorry. Representative Short, thank you so much for bringing that forward and your suggestion. I guess it has been on the national stage, so it's a piece of legislation that has been vetted. A lot of people have had a lot of discussion. This bill was sent out to, the Republican caucus on June 4th, also resent out on June 11th, and we released it on June 12th with enough public notice that people could respond to us. And as you can see with the amendments, it's obviously been vetted by your caucus to add some amendments to the bill. Due to the process and what it will take to put this in place, I think it's important that we go ahead and move with it today, either vote it up or vote it down, because it will also go through another chamber. So we'll have the opportunity to go through another chamber, spend more time that people can collect information. I know I've received a lot of emails and a lot of comments all in favor of it. So I think at this point, I would like to continue with the roll call and the debate, because I think it would be interesting to hear what's going to be said on this House floor today.
Representative Short.
Thank you. I appreciate your response and appreciate your opinion. I would like to note, though, since that request has been apparently rejected, that all bills do, as many of my colleagues have and was just stated previously, do deserve the opportunity for the public to weigh in, not just in a format of social media or letter writing or communicating with us on emails, but actually go before the committee. And the debate that we're going to have today, probably a lot of what we're going to talk about today would probably have been vetted from the public rather than from us as representatives. So since there is the unwillingness to do that, I just would like to let you know I'll be voting against the motion to suspend.
Thank you, Representative Short. Mr. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to suspend rules
Mr.
for action.
Speaker, they said to put my hand up. I put it up.
I got it. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I would like to have the House attorneys actually address whether we're even legally allowed to do this in the forum when we're going to have a committee meeting and then
Point of order,
for
Mr.
other
Speaker.
bills in the same.
Hang on. Representative Kowalko.
Yes, point of order. This is not a debatable subject. We have a vote on the floor to suspend rules. And I see us conducting some kind of debate. I don't believe that's within the parameters of our obligation or our rules.
I did not know we had a motion on the floor to
There is a motion on the floor to suspend rules at this point. Yes. So, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on suspend the rules for action on House Bill 346.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
No.
Mrs. Briggs King, no. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
No.
Mr. Dukes, no. Mr. Gray.
No.
Mr. Gray, no. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
No.
Mr. Hensley, no. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Q Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko?
Yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst?
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn?
Yes.
Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews?
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris?
No.
Mr. Morris, no. Mr. Osinski?
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles?
No.
Mr. Postles, no. Mr. Ramon?
Not voting.
Mr. Ramon, not voting. Mr. Siegfried?
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short?
No.
Mr. Short, no. Mr. Shoup?
No.
Mr. Shoup, no. Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Smick?
No.
Mr. Smick, no. Mr. Spiegelman?
Bingo.
Mr. Spiegelman, no. Mr. Vanderwin?
No.
Mr. Vanderwin, no. Mr. Viola?
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick?
No.
Mr. Yerrick, no. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on the motion to suspend rules, 26 yes, 14 no, 1 not voting.
I've received the required number of votes. The rules are suspended on House Bill number 346, which is now before us. Representative Yerrick, I believe we have a pre-filed House Amendment number 1. Would you like to have it read in?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would.
Mr. Buffer or Mr. Clerk, please read in House Amendment number 1 to House Bill 346 title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 346, sponsored by Representative Yerrick. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of House Amendment 1 to House Bill 346.
Representative Yerrick, House Amendment number 1 to House Bill 346 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps we can note to the record this would be the first amendment that we've taken upon during a virtual General Assembly. I just bring that up because, working with absentee ballots.
That'll be a trivia question.
Thank you. Was the very first bill that I was privileged to have passed in the General Assembly, where I wanted to make it easier for individuals to be able to vote. And we removed the requirement for notarization for certain classifications of voters. I put this amendment on the bill for 3 very simple reasons why. First off, it's consistent. You must show a photo ID when you will vote in person. Why not require the same thing when you mail that ballot in during these unprecedented times? Second, now the question may come back to me, well, we don't require a photo ID currently in the process of absentee ballots, so why now? Well, I'd say it's consistent because this is inconsistent. That for the very reason we are doing something very unique, it's fair to offer this opportunity to add that 1 layer of security. Very easy to do, very simple to do. And the third piece was that it is quite simple to get a photocopy made of anything. Probably everybody in this call has a copier at home or a printer that can make a copy, or we could go to the library, we could go to a church, we could go to Walgreens, we could go wherever. It's very easy to have a photocopy made to include with the ballot that goes back to make your vote count. So for those very simple 3 reasons, I would ask that my colleagues vote yes to add this amendment to the bill. Thank you.
Representative Yerrick, I must correct the record. You have the second amendment to be offered. Representative Kim Williams had the first one on the alcohol bill. Representative Longhurst, do you want to respond to his questions? Or
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Yerrick, I appreciate your amendment and your comments, but this is the same system that is currently in place for military, overseas, sick, and the disabled. So I don't see any reason why we should change the current law in the way that we have it now. So I would ask my caucus, or I would ask and let you know that I feel that this is an unfriendly amendment, because I don't see any reason why we should change the law for this COVID-19 legislation that we're going to be doing. So I call it an unfriendly amendment.
Representative Yerrick, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Speaker, just with all due respect, what we're trying to do with a ability to have voters vote by mail during this is quite unprecedented. That's why to create a very simple, valid way to authenticate people's home address, a same step that they would do if they're voting in person, why not allow a photocopy of the license with the matching address come into play? I would ask my colleagues to consider it, and again, simple, consistent, and fair.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Representative Garrett. I thought you were finished. Ms. Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment number 1, House Bill 346, please.
Mr. Bombeck.
No.
Mr. Bombeck, no. Ms. Bennett.
No.
Ms. Bennett, no. Mr. Benz.
No.
Mr. Benz, no. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
No.
Mr. Brady, no. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
No.
Mr. Bush, no. Mr. Carson.
No.
Mr. Carson, no. Mr. Chakwocha.
No.
Mr. Chakwocha, no. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
No.
Mr. Cook, no. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
No.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, no. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
No.
Mrs. Griffith, no. Mrs. Heffernan.
No.
Mrs. Heffernan, no. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
No.
Mr. Jakes, no. Mrs. Johnson.
No.
Mrs. Johnson, no. Mr. Q. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Q. Johnson, no. Mr. Kowalko.
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst. Mrs. Longhurst.
Sorry, no.
Mrs. Longhurst, no. Mr. Lynn.
No.
Mr. Lynn, no. Mr. Matthews.
No.
Mr. Matthews, no. Mrs. Minor Brown.
No.
Mrs. Minor Brown, no. Mr. Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Mitchell, no. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
No.
Mr. Osinski, no. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
No.
Mr. Siegfried, no. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
No.
Mr. Shoup, no. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
No.
Mr. Viola, no. Mrs. Williams.
No.
Mrs. Williams, no. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker.
No.
Mr. Speaker, no.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bolden, the word.
Yeah.
Does it have
I
any?
thought we were,
does it
I'm
have any-
sorry. I thought we were voting on the bill. I'm changing my yes to no.
Okay, that's fine.
Ms. Bolden from voting yes to voting.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 14 yes, 27 no.
Having not received the required number of votes, House Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 346 declared failed in the House. I believe we have a second amendment here. Representative Collins, would you like to have it read in?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Offer, please read in House Amendment number 2 to House Bill 346, title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment number 2 to House Bill 346, sponsored by Representative Collins. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of the amendment to House Bill 346.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representative Collins, House Amendment number 2 to House Bill 346 is now before us.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. This amendment is very, very simple. It simply puts into code as part of this bill that the all polling places in every election district, as they are every election, will be assured to be open for this election. In the current primary, we know that just confirmed this morning, we've had a very large decline in number of polling places open from last presidential primary. And seeing as how we've had many emergency orders from the governor that have changed fundamental things about our laws and our Constitution, I am concerned that many of our polling places might not be open on election day. Now, all of us know beyond a shadow of a doubt that every election district has a different makeup, depending on registrations, issues of the day, many people who've moved in and out, that your vote in every election district will be different and many times vastly different from other ones. So if any of these physical locations are not open, it will be impossible to not have some sort of voter suppression. So I am simply asking for an assurance here that these polling places, in addition to this opportunity for people to vote by mail, that they also be assured of the opportunity to vote by the ballot the way they always do. If there are no questions, I would ask for a vote on the amendment.
Representative Longhurst, you want to respond to that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Collins. I think your concern is obvious with a lot of us. We all feel the same way. But the dangerous part of this this amendment is that we currently do not have in code requiring the Department of Elections a certain amount of polling places to open, because we know it could be fluid, and we want to give that ability to the Department of Elections to determine where and how many polls that need to be open based on their numbers and how things should flow. I did, just to rest assured to you, I did talk to the Commissioner of the Department of Election, and he has assured me that he will be opening all the polls in the primary and in the general election. So I don't see the purpose of having this piece of legislation with the reassurance from the Commissioner of the Department of Elections, and also the fact that it's not in current law, and I don't know why we would do it now at this time. So I would call this an unfriendly amendment and ask my colleagues to vote against it.
Thank you, Representative. Actually, it is in code now. It's in Chapter 55 of this title. And I don't have it up. You know, we're a little restricted here. I'm trying to figure out how to get to it. But we are instructed in Chapter 55 of Title 15 to have a polling place for each and every election district. So my concern, again, is not that it is not in code now, but that we have through administrative action, we have had many laws and constitutional provisions set aside.
Representative Collins, may I ask you a question real quick? If it's already in code, as you say, why would you put this amendment in?
It would be a strong statement to the governor that all these places should be open, and to the election department.
I think it would be redundant. Representative Longhurst?
I think it's an unfriendly amendment. I ask my colleagues to vote no.
Representative Collins, pleasure. I'm sorry. Representative Mike Smith first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open dialogue with the sponsor.
Granted.
Thank you. Representative Longhurst, I can totally appreciate it.
I'm not the sponsor.
We're on the amendment.
Representative Smith.
Oh, on the amendment. Okay, sorry. My apologies.
You want to? I'll keep you in mind for when we get to the bill. Okay.
My question is, though, why would this be unfriendly if the commissioner has stated, I guess to you, that all of them will be open? If that's the case, can we have the commissioner please come on the record and say that?
Absolutely.
How do I get going?
My biggest issue, Representative Longhurst, while we're waiting, is just, as you know, the Christina School District just had their referendum, and they consolidated polling places. And I got over 50 phone calls that day from older adults who ended up not voting. One, because their regular polling place that they didn't know, so there wasn't enough voter education, that their polling place was not open. And the two polling places that they tried to go near to them, there was over an hour and a half to 2 hour wait each time. So if we can't guarantee that every polling place is going to be open, by having vote by mail, we're still having voter suppression on the other side. So you have to
Representative Smith,
some
I have Commissioner Albence in the waiting room here somewhere. Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can you answer, first off, Representative Collins's question? Have you been listening the whole time?
I have, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Okay. Can you answer Representative Collins's question, please?
Yes,
Can you?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Albin, State Election Commissioner, and Representative Collins, as Representative Longhurst had mentioned, she and I have spoken, and the department certainly intends to have all of the usual polling places open for the state primary and for the general election.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't quite know how this works. Could I ask the witness a question, please?
Well, I will tell you that I'm not quite sure how it works either, Rich. But yes, you may ask some other questions, as long as it's about this amendment. If it's about later on the bill, then we'll call him back in. But this is just restricted to this amendment, your amendment.
About this amendment. Mr. Albence, I believe it is.
Yes, sir.
Do you think there's any chance the governor would do an emergency order that would set aside your expectation that you will have every place open?
Sir, of course, I don't know that for sure, but I just want to go ahead and reassure you that it is our intention that we are already planning to have all polling places open.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Representative Ramon, I think has this question. Is this on the amendment, Representative Ramon?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Actually, and for the witness, if he is still on.
Yes, he's still here.
Mr. Albence, I happen to actually have been one of those persons who got caught in the Shumadell school for about an hour and 45 minutes when the lady fainted and hit her head because of the heat, and everybody was within 2 feet of each other up and down a hallway waiting to vote. And we got to the polls, and then we had to go through to the other side and even longer. And I hear you saying that you're going to make sure all the polls are open. So are you telling me the exact same amount of polls are open for the primary that are open in general? And more important, because we're doing this voting by mail because of the COVID virus, to reduce the virus, would your perception be that there would be either longer days for the voting or even more polling places available so that we spread the people out so they can vote in a safer way than they did in this past referendum?
Representative Ramon, I would think our plan would be to have the same number of places. I think that, and this is my opinion certainly, but is that with the number of folk who may anticipate voting by mail, that those at the polling places may be lower in terms overall. In terms of the voting hours, I know that's also set in code. So I don't believe we have, or I personally, or the department have the authority to change that without legislative action or executive action, is my understanding.
And thank you. But you understand my point is that it's a presidential year. We're going to have a higher amount anyway. If we could spread them out, this is unprecedented what we're doing here. Not have this virus spread. I respect that. I think that's exactly, it needs to be safe, and those who can't come in should have an alternative. Mm-hmm. But those who feel they have to go in should suffer. And I'm hoping, I heard you say two things. We're going to have the same amount as we had in past presidential years, and we're going to have the amount on the primary this year that we have on the general this year for polling places.
Right, and it's usually generally our approach on elections has always been that even if there are districts in the past that have been consolidated, like when I say consolidated, meaning in a primary, if there's not a race in each district, the same number of physical locations are open.
Perfect.
As well as physical buildings.
Yes.
Basically, yes. And that we like to do that certainly for consistency as well.
Yes.
So people have familiarity.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I have Representative Shoup. Is there a question of the witness or on the amendment?
On the witness, please.
Go ahead.
I thank you for coming to speak with us. I think it's very important that we talk directly to the Department of Elections. So thank you so much. I was watching you speak with the League of Women Voters, I think last month. And one of the things that was mentioned was that the number of polling places would depend on how many absentee mail ballots would be put into your office, depending on how many physical locations would be open. So I would, that was said on an online discussion with the League of Women Voters, and I want to know. I would like, and I think my residents would like to know, what has changed since then, or why has that discussion gone in a different direction now?
Okay, thank you. And yes, that was on that the league discussion. I apologize if that was in any way unclear. It certainly is definitely our intention to have all the polling places open as well. That's very important. Regardless of the fact of, even if we have a significant amount of vote by mail, that is definitely our intention. And I want to, state that now that is definitely what we plan to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Representative Heffernan.
Just wanted to say I don't have a question for the witness. It's just a comment on the amendment. I don't support the amendment. And I believe that we're getting sort of off track of the whole reason we are talking about the bill. There are several polling places in the 6th district that I represent that are long-term care nursing homes. Those are not, they already are combining and not opening those in order to not cause risk to the patients that live there. And so there's, sending out a card to everyone that it's being a different polling place. But I just think that, we're getting off here.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, you may.
The law makes clear, and I did give an incorrect citation. I looked it up. It is Title 15, 4512, 4512. That's where the department is instructed to provide a polling place for every election district. They don't have to be in the same building. I mean, what you just said, I agree with you. They can certainly be moved to a different building in the election district. The purpose of this amendment is to, and that, by the way, is very common. My amendment is simply about having a polling place for each electing district. I would say that since the department has made it clear that they are going to do this anyway, and I've made it clear that the concern is a possible emergency order, I can't understand why anybody would object to us putting this amendment in place that obviously is not going to have a negative impact on the election department. With that, if there are not other comments, I would ask for a roll call.
I have Representative Gerald Brady.
Question for the witness, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Anthony, what's the general turnout for most presidential primaries, percentage-wise?
It varies, from year to year, of course. Historically, it can be anywhere from the mid-20s percentage of registered voters up to the mid-30s, upper 30s. It all depends certainly on the
number
contest and all as well. And Representative Brady, if you don't mind, if I may, and I apologize if this is off track, I just wanted to also make a very quick comment, actually, to Representative Heffernan's point a few minutes ago. That is, she made a very good point on the polling places that, what there are at times, and even Representative Collins has said that he's aware that sometimes we have to move locations on occasion. There are situations where we may have a long-term care facility or a health care facility that houses a location, and we sometimes do receive certainly well-founded concerns, especially in this environment. that could necessitate a move of the building, but it would be a replacement, of the building. Sometimes the folks simply won't host us because of concerns they have. But I apologize, that got off track, but I just wanted to make sure to mention
That's
that.
quite all right. But again, back to the percentage statewide
Right.
of those that vote. And if it's in the, let's just say 30%, is that the factor that the department uses to identify how many polling places are needed to accommodate the demand?
We actually go by the provisions in the code that Representative Collins mentioned, as well as looking at the number of facilities that are available. Most of our facilities are long-term, year over year as well. And the code also has provisions for the number of machines that should be provided per the number of registered voters. So there's a lot of formulas that go into place there in terms of facilities that are available that can accommodate where they're located, their accessibility, things like that. We generally, as a rule, try to keep the number of changes very minimal just to avoid, confusion and try to avoid any physical location changes unless the facility won't host us anymore. Like I say, because of a health reason or a school maybe undergoing renovations, things like that. We really try to avoid that.
Thank you. Last question. If the vote by mail or vote at home process was not being implemented, would there be more, or would there be the same number of polling places available or more?
It would be generally the same number of polling places. The reason being is that in a lot of areas, we are maxing out or close to maxing out the number of facilities that are available that can accommodate a polling place and has the accessibility that's needed, parking. Accessibility is a big factor for the facilities. There may be a facility available, may not be accessible, though, which is a big issue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have Representative Ramon, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Make sure we're staying on the amendment, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I understand Representative Heffernan's statement, but I think the intention of all of this is to create two very important things. Number one, have an environment where people can feel they can vote safe, period. And number two, have an environment where everyone feels there's not a potential of fraud. And this particular amendment addresses the first in a very good way. It's been very clear that you said it's in your intention not to detract from the number of voting places. And I think the challenges are going to be staggering because I think facilities are going to be hesitant because of liabilities and other reasons. And I think staff is going to be slim because it's going to be difficult to get people, especially who are healthy. And your commitment to keep the numbers the same is very, very admirable and very much appreciated. So having said that, you did say the primary and the general, the primary is in September, yes. Right? And yeah. So therefore, you're a little closer to let's just say the current hotspot of the outbreak. There could be another, but let's just suggest maybe there's not. So I would maybe just ask that you keep in your perspective, especially like with the question about Representative Collins in this particular amendment, that the locations are as important as the mail or the at-home voting because we're trying to get as many people to vote as possible. And the primary, although there's less people, that's good because they'll be spread out, and maybe there'll be a different environment later in November that could re-perk it. So your volume, my point, is going to be very unpredictable. So to try to guess like we did in this, all I'm trying to reference back to is the referendum was a nightmare. Please try to make sure we don't have those. Just for the safety, I don't care who wins and loses the election. I care for those people who voted because that was scary. Yes. So the fact that we have you here today, I am extremely grateful because I think you're the guy who can make it happen. And hearing these amendments and these bills, I think is healthy for all of us. So thank you. The biggest question I have is just to get a little bit of clarity on your word intent, because that got me a little nervous when you said our intent is.
Oh, sure. May I address that if you don't mind?
Sure.
Yes. I'm sorry if I misspoke when I say intent. No, we plan to do that is what I'm saying. Yes, definitely.
Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess if I could have Nat, our House Attorney, answer this question for me. In the synopsis, it says this amendment requires the Elections Commissioner to open and maintain all election polling places as done for prior elections. Would that statement say that all the polling places that were currently in place have to be in place this time around? And if they are, then I think that's a big concern of mine, because those polling places may have to be closed, like Representative Heffernan says, and the Department of Elections should be able to make that determination to move their polling place. And I'll give you an example. In my district, I had a polling place that had some challenges with parking, and it was okay in the primary, but in the general, there was no place for the elderly community or disabled to really park because it was lined up a mile down the road. So I had asked the Department of Elections to move that polling place into a school where there was parking and more handicap accessible parking. So that would allow that flexibility for the Department of Elections to make that determination. And so, you know, I would say just on that alone, that I still find this is an unfriendly amendment. So I would still ask my colleagues to vote against the bill or the amendment.
Do you want to reply from Ms. Wallison or
Yes,
not?
yes.
Ms. Wallison, state your name into the record, please.
Natalie Wallishin, House Attorney. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we got you this time. Did
Thank
you hear
you.
the question?
I did hear the question, and I believe Representative Longhurst was asking me to explain the synopsis in Representative Collins' House Amendment 2 relating to open and maintain all election polling places as done for prior elections. I think Representative Longhurst is correct that what that suggests is that all the election polling places that were opened and used before, according to his amendment, would have to be opened and available for this particular election.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond to that?
I'm going right to you now. Yes, you're the last one
Thank
on the
you.
list. Go ahead.
Yes, the current
Representative
code
Collins.
makes it very, very clear that the only requirement is a polling place in each electorate district. That is the current law. Past practice has been that as different places either become unavailable or impractical because they become too small, they have moved the buildings. No one's ever complained about that. Now we all know that. That's happened. I'm sure for every one of you have had that happen in your own district. So I'd like to say one last thing about this now. I just looked at one of my own elections, just to give you one idea, in just 2 election districts. One of them, I got 570, the other gentleman got 529. In another one, he got 351 and I only got 269. Now, if you eliminate the one that he won, he'd be losing 70, 75, 80 votes maybe. Consequently, vice versa, if you close the other one, I would have lost 39, 40, 50 votes. This is the problem. You know, there's almost surely, folks, this bill is going to end up in court. I think you've surely heard that. And if it does, you try to explain to the judge that you can close polling places where there are major, major differences in totals and have that it not be by bias situation. I don't think it's possible to do that.
Representative Collins, is that just a comment or is that a question that you want answered by Mr. Albence, or can I excuse him, please?
Now, I will say, I want to thank Mr. Albence. He made it clear that they intend to keep the places open. I'm very pleased to hear that. Now, I'm simply asking all of us to put into this temporary bill. Let's back up the synopsis of this bill, which specifically says that it is not to replace normal voting. It is to add the option of mail voting. Let's live up to the spirit of the bill and simply make sure that people have the option to use every polling place as they have done for, I guess, probably the history of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
After that, I'd ask
what's
for
your pleasure?
Roll call.
Representative Longhurst, do you want to reply?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment number 2 to House Bill number 346.
Mr. Bomback,
No.
Mr. Bombeck, no. Ms. Bennett?
No.
Ms. Bennett, no. Mr. Benz?
No.
Mr. Benz, no. Ms. Bolden?
No.
Ms. Bolden, no. Mr. Brady?
No.
Brady, no. Mrs. Briggs King?
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush?
No.
Mr. Bush, no. Mr. Carson?
No.
Mr. Carson, no. Mr. Chikwacha?
No.
Mr. Chikwacha, no. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook?
No.
Mr. Cook, no. Mrs. Dorsey Walker?
No.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, no. Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith?
No.
Mrs. Griffith, no. Mrs. Heffernan?
No.
Mrs. Heffernan, no. Mr. Hensley?
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes?
No.
Mr. Jakes, no. Mrs. Johnson?
No.
Mrs. Johnson, no. Mr. Q Johnson? Mr. Q Johnson? Mr. Q Johnson absent. Mr. Kowalko?
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst?
No.
Mrs. Longhurst, no. Mr. Lynn?
No.
Mr. Lynn, no. Mr. Matthews?
No.
Mr. Matthews, no. Mrs. Minor Brown?
No.
Mrs. Minor Brown, no. Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. Mitchell, no. Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski?
No.
Mr. Osinski, no. Mr. Postles?
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried?
No.
Mr. Siegfried, no. Mr. Short?
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup?
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick?
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman?
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin?
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola?
No.
Mr. Viola, no. Mrs. Williams?
No.
Mrs. Williams, no. Mr. Yerrick?
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker?
Yes. I'm sorry. No.
Mr. Speaker,
My
from
mistake. I
yes
was talking to
voting
somebody
no.
else. Quinn Johnson? No, I'm not. Representative Johnson?
Not on.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals. Oh, did he just? Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 15 yes, 25 no, 1 absent.
Having not received sufficient votes, House Amendment number 2 to House Bill 346 is declared failed in the House. Representative, we have another pre-filed amendment, Representative Briggs King.
Thank you, Mr.
Would you like to have House Amendment number 3
I
read in?
would, please. Thank you.
Mr. Puffer, please read in House Amendment number 3 to House Bill number 346, title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment number 3 to House Bill 346, sponsored by Representative Briggs King. Mr. Speaker, this constitutes a reading of House Amendment 3 to House Bill 346.
Thank you. Representative Briggs King, House Amendment number 3 to House Bill 346 is now before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment seeks to insert appropriate language in this section for the counting of mail ballot envelopes. And the section on lines 110 and 14 creates an oath that's repeated in other places of the code that I do solemnly swear or affirm that to the best of my knowledge, I am eligible to work or to vote in the state of Delaware, that my voting address is as it appears on the label of this envelope. I also do solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that I have not received or accepted nor offered to receive or accept any money or other item of value as compensation, inducement, or reward for giving or withholding a vote at this election, nor that I am acting under duress of threat or duress or harm. I believe it would benefit us greatly to include in here another statement that says, nor have I voted in this election by any other means besides the mail ballot, because one of the most important things that we do, and we often talk about, is the value of our vote, and that our vote is our voice. And during uncertain times, and these are certainly uncertain times, doing things differently than the way we usually do them, it creates some conflict or potential for conflict. And I believe the best interest for us in this circumstance is to go ahead and make sure that voter, when they're filling out that mail-in ballot, if it passes, that they're recognized and affirming, once I mail this ballot, I'm not going to try to go and vote another way. So I would disentitle somebody else by voting twice, whether intentionally or not. And so when we talk about the value of a vote, when we talk about equity and equal opportunity, we need to make sure that each and every person's vote counts and that they're only voting once. And to do this one simple thing that we can include in this new language is something I think that we should consider doing for clarity for that person, that when they're filling out that ballot, that they understand, I voted. I don't get to vote again. I don't get to go to the polls and vote again. And I'll have more questions when we actually get to the bill about that process. But I just feel very strongly that we're wanting them to vote. We're asking them more than once, are they lawfully voting where they reside? We're asking them to affirm these other things. And this just seems like one more thing that we can do to assure that they understand they're voting by mail-in. They're not going to have the opportunity to go to the polls and vote.
Senator Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Briggs King, for reciting the oath from line 110 to 114. You did a very good job. Again, I'm going to have to call this an unfriendly amendment because we have used the same language over and over for years and have really not had a problem. And I would like to bring the Anthony Albets back on because there's two questions. He and I had a conversation about how do we make sure that somebody's not voting again. And he told me the process, and I believe that process is working. And again, in this short piece of legislation that we're doing for during this pandemic and because of the COVID virus, I don't see why we have to continue to change anything that currently exists that does work. So I'm going to ask Anthony if you could explain that process so that we do know that people are not voting twice. So if you could just share that with us, I think that would ease a lot of people's minds to know that I don't think we have to do it on the front end because you're already doing that to make sure that people aren't voting twice. So Anthony, can you explain that for me?
Yes, maybe just before he does that, if I may. I think that one of the things that we need to keep in mind with this part of it is that what you're saying we usually do is constitutionally unchallenged. In other words, it's in the Constitution that we can vote by absentee balloting, and that policy has been established. What we're saying here is that for this time and this time only, we're going to do mail option balloting, and that has not been constitutionally or it's not been in the Constitution or codified. So when we talk about a comparison, it's not a valid apple-to-apple comparison. We have to say, and can we not do a little bit better to make this secure? Yes, that's what we have done for absentee balloting. And that has been by the Constitution telling us we can do absentee balloting and setting the rules. This is a little bit different, but I'll be interested in hearing.
Mr. Speaker, may I have answer my original question, please?
Commissioner, can you answer the first question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Longhurst, per your question, just from a process perspective, how it works is when an individual voter goes to the polling place, in the poll book, and when I say poll book, I'm talking about now the new electronic poll books, which previously was the poll list, similar to the old printed list. There is a notation in the poll book, one of two notations, if someone has voted absentee or in this case voted by mail. There would be an indication that the voter has either requested the ballot by mail, in which case if the voter does come to the polling place, the training that the poll workers have is they are instructed to call the county elections office and to confer with the office, indicate that the voter is present and wishes to vote in person, and the vote by mail ballot or previously absentee ballot would be voided and would no longer be able to be counted. So even if it was by chance received after that point, it would be voided and not counted. The second message would be if the voter has requested the mail ballot and has already returned it, there would be a notation in the poll book that the voter has in fact already voted, and they would not be permitted to vote at the polling place. So that's the procedure.
So, and Anthony, could you share with us a little about the real time with the new system, how it's real time and you can get that information updated pretty instantly?
Yes, pretty. Yes, there are regular. With
That was a
poll
very
book.
comforting conversation on that.
Sure.
Piece.
With the new, absolutely. With the new poll books, we have a secure connectivity on those poll books, and they are able to provide a near real-time update or a very regular update in terms of the status of the vote, absentee, or in this case, vote by mail ballots. It automates a process that was previously a manual process that required, I should say, calls to the polling place to update poll workers or additional calls back to the elections office. So it makes it a lot more efficient. And so during the day, for example, if ballots come in, those records by mail, let's say, come into the office, those records may be updated. And then if an individual comes in, say we get the ballot at 2 o'clock in the mail on election day, just use that as an example, and the voter arrives at the polling place at 5, that record can be updated between that time frame, which again, it's much more efficient and gives you that pretty much close to real-time update capability.
So thank you, Anthony. So in conclusion, I honestly feel that we don't need to put additional language into an existing piece of legislation for this 2020 election that we're having. And I feel very confident that no vote will be counted twice with listening to Anthony, the new software and how we have the process in place. So again, I'm just going to ask that that it is an unfriendly amendment.
Representative Ramon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner, I think the question concerning everyone is everybody here thinks we need to do everything we can to enhance as many people voting as possible. We all agree with that. There's a concern about voter fraud. We all understand that. Even in the traditional sense, I know we have checker challengers in there and everything else, but people can try to do things, and there's always a person who will. My concern is very similar, and I don't know if Representative Briggs King's amendment actually does this or not, so maybe I should hold off on the question, but since you're there and we're talking about this, so how do you purge the current list that you say is so good, and then they get it in, but how do you purge that? Like my in-laws died a couple years ago, but they're still in the rolls. My sons aren't in Delaware anymore, but they were still on the rolls. So how do you purge that? And second, for instance, this was just today. These are the birthday cards that came back today to addresses that I sent to, but these are the ones just since COVID. So there's about 75 of these that have come back, and happy birthday cards to everyone. So if we got those names out there and someone knows they're there, I know my sons, I know my in-laws, I call and say they can't vote. You send me ballots. I go to the computer and print their signatures because they're still on the computer. And, how quickly and how frequently do you purge the list so people can't do that? And secondly, what is your department going to do to make sure, not that really even as much as someone votes twice, but that the person that vote, number one, lived in the district, and number two, isn't passed away? And I know that sounds a little crazy, but it's a big concern from people I've spoken to. And I was kind of thinking at first it was silly. And then the more I get stuff, the more I realize maybe it isn't. So can you help with that?
Sure. Absolutely. We have a few different ways that you mentioned the mailings, that you have and that your colleagues have, the birthday card mailings and things like that. Any mailing like that, or any mailing from our department, or even a mailing from another state agency, can be used to initiate the address verification process. By federal law, we need 2 pieces of returned mail and an individual voter, in addition to that, to not have voted in 2 consecutive elections with a federal office before they can be purged. That's by federal law that we can do that. So, but the mail pieces are one, one aspect of that. In addition, Delaware is part of, we're actually a founding member of ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, which is a consortium of 30 states and growing, but 30 as of now, where we're able, through a compact with those states, to exchange voter registration and motor vehicle agency information that helps us greatly in that process of updating addresses either in state or out of state. The in-state process is actually much simpler because there are provisions existing in the code that the DMV here in Delaware shares updated addresses with us automatically. But your question about those who are deceased, those who pass away, we are connected with the Division of, the Division of Vital Statistics, and we do receive monthly updates of individuals who've passed away. Now, and I don't want to speak for Vital Stats, but just to go a little more into detail on that, they are part of a consortium similar to ERIC that I mentioned with other vital statistics agencies in other states. So they are able to also, like us, aggregate that information from other states. That was always a challenge over the years to get vital statistics info for people who pass away out of state. That's very difficult sometimes, but it's been a lot easier. It's getting a lot easier with the vital statistics connectivity now. But those go on. Those are all ongoing efforts and they pretty much address verification is an ongoing effort that never stops, really.
Commissioner, I understand what you're saying and I appreciate it. Everything you're talking is pre. I have to tell you, my in-laws have been dead for 2.5 years, and we called last election and said, why are they still on here? But they said what you said about the federal law. I said, but they're dead. But they, your predecessor, not your department. But so that was number one. Number two, even if we follow the federal law and they can stay on there for 4 years, all this is pre. I'm asking you, when the election's over, what do you do in the last election with the current rules to make sure everyone who voted was legitimate? And what are you going to do this time? My answer when I asked that last year, because I had an enormous jump in people voting from 2 particular apartment complexes that overlap a Senate seat that seemed to have been targeted. And it was different than any of my previous elections. It was very odd. And I was told, anytime we get a complaint or a concern, we will go check it. But what does your department do preemptively? And if you haven't done anything, okay, what will you do now that we're going to have this types of voting with people whose names have been on lists for 4 years in some apartments that, you know, I would love to vote for this bill. I just don't want to feel like people were making it very easy for people to cheat. So how is your department going to enhance the validity of the vote after the voting's over and make sure that we know everyone who voted was a real live person who lives in the district currently and not somebody who just racked up a bunch of addresses in a particular apartment place in an apartment building and did a bunch of absentees or something of that sort? That's the concept we're all afraid of. How can you feel more comfortable with that?
Well, each application, and this is actually kind of more addressing it from the beginning, from the pre-process, is each application that comes in, is checked against the voter registration records, and including if there is someone who is in an inactive status, which would mean that they have returned, mail from a previous mailing. That would be something that would be a flag that would be brought, to the attention of one of a supervisor or personnel to check that out, because that also happens to whenever there is an individual for whom mail is returned, including, one piece of, an individual piece of mail, they do go to an inactive status, and that triggers that confirmatory mailing, which again gets back to that 2 pieces that's required as part of federal law. But applications are checked every time that they would come in, including a vote by mail application, would be verified against current records. An individual looking at every one of those applications and doing their best to verify. Now, granted, obviously very high volume, but doing their best to do that. And also, that, like I said, that process is an ongoing kind of quality control, as well. And it definitely is again, it's a rolling effort. Again, with the constant number of moves and things of that nature.
Commissioner, you have a very calming personality, very assuring. I feel great just talking to you. You make me feel better, but I just need to know, post-election, What is the process to verify we had a legitimate voter-based voting and every vote was real and there was no voter fraud? If we haven't ever done it, that's fine. What will we start doing now with vote by mail? Is there a process we can implement? Is there a way we can make people feel more comfortable that we have a valid base of people that voted? Because the guy who loses by 5 is going to say whatever, or you know how it's going to be. So we need everybody to feel comfortable that it was right, and that there's a pre and post checking system in which we validate voting. Do we not have post now? And something we could do later.
We have, yes, current code, we do have post-election audits. Now, granted, those are audits of totals as well, not audits of necessarily of the registration. However, part of that, auditing process, does involve, looking at the totals, obviously looking at compared to registration totals in each district and looking for any anomalies like that, in addition to, and that is new, and this is a new piece that we just initiated beginning this year. We actually started doing it even before the calendar year with some of the school elections and all, to verify that. So there will be those additional audit pieces that'll be coming into effect as well. And again, we just, one of the things that we also do, going back to that ERIC consortium that I mentioned, more and more states are joining ERIC, which is very helpful because that, again, we're up to 30 states now. The goal is to get that up to ultimately 50 states so that we have that interconnectivity with all of the other states as well, so that we're getting that information out there. That was a big issue in the past, why there was really no established system to communicate between the states to exchange that information about in between moves between states. It was a very disjointed process, and that is getting a lot better. And we're continuing to try to automate that as much as we can, the address verification process. It's an ongoing target. I agree. It's something we always can continuously improve. I definitely agree with that.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Speaker, and Valerie, thank you for giving me so much time. I think that was very important that we hear it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Representative Longhurst, you're next. And then I have Representative Yerrick right behind him, and then we'll go to a vote. You're muted. There you go.
I'm fine. I didn't take my hand down. It was
Okay. All right. Representative Yerrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification with the witness. We have mailed absentee statements out for the presidential primary, correct? So perhaps you've already received some return mail. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, it is.
Assuming that this bill passes and we will mail a second round of absentee ballot statements and you receive a second piece of mail back for that address and that individual, I should say individual, will you remove that individual for when it comes time to vote for the general election in November?
If we have those two pieces of mail, as you mentioned, if that person also, per the federal law, hasn't voted in 2 consecutive federal elections, we have to satisfy both those requirements by the federal law before we can remove them. And the code actually adopts that as well, but it is the federal requirement under the NVRA, National Voter Registration Act, that we have to do that.
Okay, so you're sitting on some return mail right now, we mail it again, get a piece, return that individual, you're gonna go back and look at 2018 and 2016. If they haven't voted, you're gonna take that.
Right, and we have tools in our systems that can track that. So we can track that. It's not like it's a manual process, thankfully, that can track where they are, where a voter is in that removal process, that inactive process.
So that if those steps have all been executed, that person's name will not appear come November 3rd for the general election.
If they meet those requirements, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Representative Briggs Gaines, back to you. What's your pleasure?
Thank you. I just had a follow-up comment, if I will, with our commissioner. And that is, are there any other elections in Delaware, whether they be school board or referendum, where we are asking the voters to acknowledge that they haven't voted anywhere else, and like sign a card on that election day, on that voting day?
You mentioned, the referenda, like the school elections, that's common, that the school elections, that oath is a little bit different. And that's actually kind of that's kind of a historical piece from when we did not have a poll list. Actually, it's still the case, I should say, because that you don't technically need to be a registered voter in the school elections.
Because I do know when I go to the polls and they're asking me to, that's one of the times when I sign, when I go to the polls, they're asking me to affirm 3 different things before I'm eligible.
Right.
But we do not do any kind of affirmation when they come in to vote in the general.
The affirmation basically is that they are affirming their identity and their residence, saying that the information is accurate. They are who they say they are. They live where they say they live, and are eligible to vote in that district.
Thank you.
Representative Briggs King.
Roll call.
Roll call. Ms. Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment number 346.
Mr. Bombeck.
No.
Mr. Bombeck, no. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
No.
Mr. Benz, no. Ms. Bolden.
No.
Ms. Bolden.
No.
Ms. Bolden, no. Mr. Brady.
Yes, or not.
Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady from yes to no. Mr. Brady from yes to no.
Hold on.
Mrs.
I got to
Briggs
hang
King.
up.
Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bennett. Excuse me. Mr. Bush.
No.
Mr. Bush, no. Mr. Carson.
No.
Mr. Carson, no. Mr. Chikwocha.
No.
Mr. Chikwocha, no. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
No.
Mr. Cook, no. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
No.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, no. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
No.
Mrs. Griffith, no. Mrs. Heffernan.
No.
Mrs. Heffernan, no. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
No.
Mr. Jakes, no. Mrs. Johnson.
No.
Mrs. Johnson, no. Mr. Q Johnson.
No.
Mr. Q Johnson, no. Mr. Kowalko.
No.
Mr. Kowalko, no. Mrs. Longhurst.
No.
Mrs. Longhurst, no. Mr. Lynn.
No.
Mr. Lynn, no. Mr. Matthews.
No.
Mr. Matthews, no. Mrs. Minor Brown.
No.
Mrs. Minor Brown, no. Mr. Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Mitchell, no. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
No.
Mr. Osinski, no. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon, yes. Mr. Siegfried.
No.
Mr. Siegfried, no. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
No.
Mr. Viola, no. Mrs. Williams.
No.
Mrs. Williams, no. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker.
No.
Mr. Speaker voting no. Mr. Speaker, the roll call on House Amendment number 3, 16 yes, 25 no.
Not having received the sufficient votes, House Amendment number 3 to House Bill 346 declared failed in the House. Representative Dukes. Representative Dukes, I don't see him on here right now, texted me a few minutes ago that he had tried to put his hand up, but it did not register here. It did not register on mine. It did not register on my assistant off to the left here. So I apologize, Timmy. If we need to get you an answer, we'll do it. Maybe it just doesn't work across state line. I'm not sure. So anyway,
I'm not in the state. I'm in the district.
How? Do what now?
I'm not in the state. I'm in a district.
You are in a district. I know.
I will reach out to the election commissioner personally, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened because it did not register here. So we'll have to have them take a look at it. Okay. So Representative Postles, I believe you have a pre-filed House Amendment number 4. Would you like to have it read in?
No, Mr. Speaker, I would like to strike House Amendment number 4 from consideration, please.
Bless you, my child. House Amendment number 4 to House Bill 346 is hereby stricken. And before we start on the general bill, House Bill 346, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess. The House stand in recess for 5 minutes. House come to order. We have 30 seconds left in that 5-minute recess. So thank you very much for having patience out there. We did have some computer issues, and I'm going to go immediately to Representative Val Longhurst for House Bill 346, I believe. Right? Representative Longhurst,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment I'd like to introduce.
you want to explain it to people real quick?
Sure. So House Amendment 5, if you look on line 198 of the bill, we have came to our attention by the Republican attorneys that the word absentee needs to be replaced with the word mail. So all the amendment does is exchanges out absentee to mail. So if there aren't any questions, I'd like a roll call.
We have to read it in first. I just wanted you to
Okay.
explain to what happened here.
Right.
Hang on, we have to have it read in first. Mr. Puffer, please read in House Amendment number 5 to House Bill 346, title only.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment number 5 to House Bill 346, sponsored by Representative Longhurst. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the first reading of House Amendment number 5 to House Bill 346.
So Representative Longhurst, you've already explained it. Representative Smith, do you have a question?
I just want to have a statement, Mr. Speaker. I do find the amendment to be semi-ironic now at the time because Representative Longhurst earlier in one of the House Amendment debates, you did say we shouldn't change anything that does work, and absentee ballots do work. So I just want that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Smith, thank you for being so understanding and patient.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So what do we need to do? We need to go to a roll call. Representative Longhurst, you want a roll call?
A roll call, please.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on House Amendment number 5 to House Bill number 346.
Mr. Bomback.
Yes.
Mr. Bomback, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
Yes.
Mrs. Briggs King, yes. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson absent. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, yes. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
Mr. Dukes, yes. Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Gray, yes. Mrs. Griffith.
Yes.
Mrs. Griffith, yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
Yes.
Mr. Hensley, yes. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Q. Johnson, yes. Mr. Kowalko.
Yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Morris, yes. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
Yes.
Mr. Postles, yes. Mr. Ramon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ramon.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was for some reason boxed off.
Mr. Ramon voting yes. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Mr. Short, yes. Mr. Shoup.
Yes.
Mr. Shoup, yes. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes. Mr. Smick.
Yes.
Mr. Smick, yes. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting yes.
Mr. Spiegelman, yes. Mr. Vanderwin.
Yes.
Mr. Vanderwin, yes. Mr. Viola.
Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
Yes.
Mr. Yerrick, yes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Carson. Go ahead. Wrap it
Mr.
up,
Speaker,
Chris.
the roll call reveals 40 yes, 1 absent.
Having received constitutional majority, House Amendment number 5 is declared passed the House. It is now attached to House Bill number 346, which is now before us. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 346 will allow all eligible voters the ability to cast ballots by mail for any election held in the calendar year of 2020. We have been living in uncertain times this year. The COVID-19 pandemic has drastically changed our lives as we have taken steps to protect residents' health and reduce the spread of the virus. Many of Governor Carney's executive orders have put processes into place to protect residents, including allowing residents to vote by mail in the upcoming presidential primary. We have heard from the health experts that we might very well experience a second wave of coronavirus infection later this year, and we must be prepared for it. Because of that uncertainty, we are taking steps today. So what does House Bill 346 do? We have taken a lot of steps to ensure the integrity of the process. It would mirror the absentee voting system that has been utilized successfully for decades in Delaware by our military, overseas residents, the sick, and those with disabilities. Under House Bill 346, the State Department of Elections would mail an application for a vote by mail ballot to every qualified voter. In the state primary, this would be registered Democrats and Republicans. Any voter wishing to vote by mail would need to complete the application, sign it and date it, and mail it back to the Department of Elections. Postages for all the mailings will be prepaid by the Department of Elections. There is absolutely no cost to the residents to vote by mail. I want to be clear about House Bill 346. Adds an option for residents to be able to vote by mail. It does not replace existing systems. It does not prohibit a person who wants to vote in person to show up at the polling location on election day. It's just another option for voters. But this is a critical option. Throughout this spring, numerous states have held elections plagued by long lines, with voters wearing masks and waiting hours to cast their ballots. In Delaware, the Christina School District residents waited for hours to vote in person in the last week's referendum. I was one of those residents. I waited 45 minutes to vote in the referendum with only 8 people in front of me. This fall is going to be a presidential election year with a record number of voters. When you take that into account with social distancing, poll workers needing to wipe down machines between each vote and a new voting system, we run the risk of having excessive long lines, not to mention the risk of spreading the virus to other voters and poll workers. The right to vote is sacred, and the ability to vote safely, securely, and confident is critical. What we are doing today is that step in the right direction to ensure that the 2020 elections in Delaware are modeled for other states. Let's not make Delawareans choose between their health and their right to vote. Mr. Speaker, I would love a roll call.
I'm sure you would. I have Representative Danny Short who would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have dialogue with the sponsor, please.
Granted.
Representative Longhurst, I just wanted to get some clarity on a couple issues, so I hope you'll bear with us here. And I know you're expecting a couple questions. You knew you wouldn't get away free. So with regard to the Constitution's continuity of government clause, which is Article 17, which I know you're aware of, is being used to justify the enactment of this bill. So why not simply use the same justification to amend the absentee voter requirements and allow people concerned with the COVID-19 issue to use the absentee ballot basis rather than kind of reinventing the wheel here and using the vote by mail option? Can you explain that?
Well, well, if you look on page 2, so rephrase your question because I wasn't quite sure what you said. You wanted to know why we're doing this
versus just institution and follow through on the absentee ballot, meaning putting a different clause, the checkbox there for the absentee ballot. When you mail it out, would just say COVID-19, I'm not comfortable going to the polls, so please mail me my ballot.
So basically, we're taking the same process that the governor put in place during the pandemic for the presidential year. And what we've done is taken the exact same process that he already has in place and putting it into the 2020 presidential and primary election.
I just wanted clarification on that. Why not just change it to, put another box and give that justification and just use the absentee ballot system?
Well, because it made more sense just to take what was already in place that's already working and the application, the process that the Department of Elections has already done. We just took that and mimicked the same thing because most people that are voting in the presidential election already know what that process is. So we might as well keep it consistent instead of trying to reinvent the wheel of what has already been in place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the witness again from the Department of Election, the commissioner, please.
Commissioner, is you still on here?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, this is Representative Short. Glad you're here today. Is he here?
There he is. He's here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify a couple issues, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues will have questions for you as well. In the recent mailing of the absentee ballot applications to registered Democrats and Republicans for the upcoming presidential primary, can you tell us how many of those were returned by your agency and maybe what percentage of those were returned?
We have, and of course, it's kind of a moving target every day, as you can imagine. As of yesterday, we were around statewide. There were about, and this is from all means, so it may not necessarily be just the mailing, but the vast majority would be it was about 55,000.
55,000. So I guess that's a percentage of about 760,000.
Well, that was actually out of about 550,000 total Democrats and Republicans.
Okay, right.
So yeah, so certainly, and I can tell you, it's certainly quite a bit, tremendously higher than in the past. Certainly for presidential primary.
One question that comes up often, I'm unable to answer. I did talk to your colleague in Sussex the other day, Ken McDowell, and he was very helpful. So I got a chance to talk with him. I guess I'm not clear. There's actually so maybe you can clear this up. There's a separate machine to tabulate these ballots versus the paper ballots we're using at the polls.
Right,
Is that
right.
correct?
That's correct. Yes, we have absentee ballots scanners, and they are part of the system. Actually, these are newer scanners that were purchased as part of the system conversion last year that replaced older scanners. These are inherently higher capacity scanners, and we've also invested in additional scanners, looking ahead, realizing that we were going to have an uptick in absentee voting, or now, perhaps vote by mail, regardless, even with that. And these are a lot higher capacity machines that can process a lot more ballots.
How many of those machines do you have?
We started out with 4 of them, and we've now purchased, let me just make sure I know that. I believe, if I remember correctly, 3 additional. So we're augmenting the resources in each county office because they're counted in the county offices.
Okay, thanks. I took a look at the fiscal note, and the fiscal note kind of determines, based upon a presumption, I guess, of how many people might vote by mail. And that fiscal note says 221,000 people are projected to vote by mail. And then it gives an established fiscal note of about $900,000 for this election. Do you agree with that fiscal note in that count?
We're anticipating a really large turnout, just based on the current conditions. And just on that note, on the fiscal note, we do have the CARES Act funding, the federal funding that we will receive. So that's going to cover these additional costs, including supplies, some of the equipment supplies. So we're fortunate to have that.
Great, thanks. So let me make an assumption. And, I'm an individual who loves the celebration after the election. So there's a thing in Sussex County called Return Day.
Yes.
Without an S, obviously. So noting that we're going to have maybe 221,000 votes cast by mail, what's the estimated time to process all these pieces of paper that are coming in? And I guess the question is twofold. How long is it going to take? Got a huge number of mail-in ballots. And are we going to be able to have the town crier up on the balcony being able to report these votes on return day? Because we might not be able to have a celebration if that's not.
I know, right? Yes, yes, we will. And although I'm a Wilmington person, born and raised, I have a lot of respect for return day. Don't get me wrong. And I know how important it is, but all kidding aside, we, two things actually. We do have the machines, like I mentioned, we have more of them and they're much higher capacity in terms of throughput of the scanning, which is very, very helpful. I mean, they can process many thousands in an hour, actually, which is good. And also the provisions of this bill, I know, provide kind of similar to the state of emergency, that piece for the presidential primary does provide 30 days prior for us to prepare these ballots and to open them. And that will be essential because the current law only allows 5 days. So that would certainly be, impossible, even if you work 24 hours a day. So we are making every plan to have everything done certainly in time. And I know this doesn't change the ballot in hand, our status as a ballot in hand state, that those ballots must be back by close of polls. So any that would, as it stands now, that we received after that would not be counted and they wouldn't need to be scanned. So that wouldn't, that wouldn't affect, the determination of the unofficial results. Election night.
Well, I'll stop there. I might have another follow-up question a little bit later. I know some of my colleagues have a couple of questions for you. So at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'm done until my colleagues have finished up, if you don't mind.
All right, thank you. Representative Brian
Thank you very
Shoup.
much.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question for the sponsor. It looks like the fiscal note is $829,000 to send out the absentee ballots. My concern, I guess, from just a fiscal standpoint is, as Representative Short brought up earlier, that it would not only be more fiscally responsible, but would probably get more voter turnout by amending those absentee ballots to have a checkbox to say that COVID-19 is a reason to cast in your ballots, and then put money into an education campaign throughout the state in all 3 counties to let people know that that is being done. I mean, 829,000 and then expecting a return on what our Department of Election of 55,000 ballots to come back immediately seems like a large waste of money in a time when we really need our funds being there for our residents. And that's just kind of a comment. But my question is, what funds are we using to pay for the 829,000?
The funds are coming from the CARE Act.
Okay. And my next question is, if they are being used for the CARE Act, do you believe it would be more responsible for us to maybe, add that amendment, which would not, cost more, to add the extra box and maybe put in, $100,000 statewide education campaign to let people know that that box is there if the COVID-19 is, and not cost $829,000 for voters, and use those same COVID funds that are also can be used through the state of Delaware to help with unemployment, small businesses, and the budget, and other things that they are able to be used for, and purpose them in another way.
So I don't know the ins and outs of the CARES Act, like where it could be appropriated and how much could be put out to the state. I know there's some strict guidelines, and I know Representative Quinn Johnson would probably know that better than I would. But what I can tell you is that there is money that is appropriated for the elections that we can use. If you want, you want to take from this pot or that pot, I think the government has outlined specifically where the money and dollars could be used. If you would like, I could toss it off to Representative Johnson because he has more understanding of the CARES Act and what that money could be used for, and whether this money, which is earmarked for that, could be used elsewhere. I can't answer that question. So Representative Johnson, did you want to follow up? Because you probably know more about where the money could be used from the CARES Act.
Absolutely. And it is a situation where the federal government has completely restricted the use of the CARE Acts to only COVID-related items that are not part of our existing budget. Therefore, you could have an issue because absentee ballots are part of our existing budget, whereas the new vote by mail is not. And that's one of the reasons as well. Also, the things that you talked about taking some of that 800 and some million and using it for businesses and whatnot, we wouldn't be able to do that with that CARES money. It's very restrictive.
Thank you for that comment. And I've been seeing a lot of things that suggest that might be changing very quickly and over time. But I do, you are the fiscal guy that we depend on in the House. So I appreciate and I depend on you for that information. Really, my comment comes back to, is there a better way to do this more fiscally responsibly where we can add just like Representative Short said, that we can add a position on that ballot that allows for COVID-19 and push through an education campaign throughout the state, which would would still cost probably in the six figures, but wouldn't cost us $829,000. And have, possibly again, 55,000 on day one returning to us, and our return on investment isn't really there. I understand we want as many people as possible to have that opportunity, but I think we are going to have more people voting by absentee ballot by having an education campaign, letting them know, than just dropping it into the mail and expecting them to find it in their mail, knowing what it is, and then knowing the process of what to do. If I dropped off 100 absentee ballots to 100 people right now, I guarantee most of them wouldn't know even what the process was.
So one thing I would have to say is that, I did receive the application in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
And Anthony could probably follow up with like the education piece that goes into the mail piece, because I did file my absentee ballot, and it was so self-explanatory. I don't know how you couldn't do it right. And then when I sent in the application, it was as easy as 1, 2, 3. When I received the ballot, it had a pamphlet that showed exactly how to fill it out and showed you how not to fill it out. So I don't know, Anthony, would you like to describe if you had any problems with the referendum or with the presidential election that people are not understanding? Because I felt it was pretty simple on my behalf. So Anthony, have you had any problems in the Department of?
What we would do, or the plan would be similar to the presidential primary if this were to go forward. Any mailing that we would do, we would try to make it, as self-explanatory again as possible, even trying to help the voters as much as possible. I know we sent out blank forms this time. The forms could even be pre-populated to help people with the process where they would just need to verify information, sign and date. The cover letter, anything that we would send, we could offer clarity about the process on that, how to do that, certainly how to check your ballot status, things like that. Our goal would be to make it as clear as possible, and make sure people have as much education as they can.
Thank you very much.
I think I have Representative Smith next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dialogue with the sponsor and then a question for the election commissioner.
Okay.
Representative Longhurst, I understand what you're saying, but I do think it's pretty presumptive to say that everyone's going to find it as simple as you did. I mean, we have members on here that don't find Zoom that simple, but it's very simple for me. So I think it'd be presumptive to say that for some of our older adults who I got calls from that said it's not very simple for them. So I just wanted to make that point. Next, how much money is directly going from the CARES Act to the Department of Elections for activities? Whether that's for this, whether that's for voter education or for other things, how much is directly allotted from the CARES Act for the Department of Elections?
So I'm going to toss that to Representative Johnson because he would know that better than I would.
And actually, there are things that are direct lines. So if the commissioner knows anything additional that other than what we are appropriating out of that for that, some things were sent directly to the Fed or from the Freds to the institutions themselves. So
Mhm.
Steve, Anthony, any additional funding direct?
Sure, I can thank you, Representative. We received just over $3 million. It was allocated on states based on population. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, and just to reconfirm that, it must definitely be used for anything COVID-19 related, as was mentioned, and it must be committed by the end of the calendar year.
So what is the rest of the, I guess it would be what, $2.1 million going towards?
Some of it's going for supplies, additional supplies we would need already for absentee. Some of the additional equipment costs. We're also purchasing additional mail sorting equipment that would come in to anticipate, even before this bill came about, to anticipate the really great increase in absentee voting and ballots. Because just as a little bit of background, looking at how we traditionally have had maybe 4 or 5% absentee turnout in the absentee model, everything was done very much by hand, very manual. So we've had to try to scale up and automate a lot of these things, like in terms of the volume of mail coming in, how we sort it. So that's where a lot of that's being committed. It's not all committed yet, but it's being committed as we need to purchase additional supplies and equipment. And things are definitely we anticipate all being expended this year.
Thank you. And what for the number of voters that you're expecting in your estimates for the mail-in ballots, where are you coming up with those assumptions? What are the assumptions that go into whatever modeling you're using?
We were looking at several other states that went into a situation where either reasons were removed for absentee voting, or a model like this vote by mail was adopted, where applications were sent to all voters, because it definitely, a lot of those states, and combined with the current environment, they're seeing major increases in the volume, just tremendous increases in the volume over a real short period of time.
So I guess my last question is, why are we doing it if we're still under a state of emergency? Because for the governor to remove the state of emergency, he'd be removing any of the phasing that goes into the business community and other things. He'd also be removing the requirement for masks. I don't see him doing that. So why would we work a bill like this if the state of emergency is not being removed?
I'm not sure that's a question for him, but I don't even think I follow the question. Could you rephrase it a little bit?
I guess what you're asking is, why isn't the governor doing this? That you would have to ask him. We're doing it legislatively because we're being proactive, because in order to get this moving and for this to get in place for the elections to take place, we need to pass this legislation.
I respect that answer. I think we would have had a better chance of getting an answer from the governor. It's been hard enough getting answers from the governor for certain restrictions now. I think it would have been better if we had a committee hearing and could have had that on the.
Next questioner is Representative Rich Collins. Or maybe not.
I'm sorry, I forgot I had to unmute.
There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I had a couple questions for the election commissioner, and then I'd like to speak to the House attorney if I could.
Okay, I'm not sure you knew about it, but Representative Smith was just talking about you a few minutes ago. Go ahead, Rich.
So thank you, Mr. Commissioner. So in our debate about the amendment that I presented, keeping all of the election places open, yes, you stated pretty clearly your intention is to keep them all open anyway, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Do you anticipate a lot of difficulty in doing that in terms of finding people to work the polls and that sort of thing?
Well, that is an ongoing concern. We've seen some drop off of poll workers, and certainly the challenge is that the poll workers, again, just to be honest, the age of the poll workers tends to be a little bit more senior, and certainly that's a population that's at risk. So we are doing as much as we can to recruit younger folks, for example, but it is an ongoing challenge. You're right. For that, but we are making other appeals. We plan to make an appeal to state employees, for example. That is a large population that normally serves as poll workers, and other community outreach to try to augment those numbers as well.
Well, a suggestion has been pretty well proven that young people are not very susceptible to the virus. And
right.
Even though some of them are getting lots of money on unemployment, if we raise the fee, we paid a little bit. Through the CARES Act, maybe we would probably get all we needed. But you do think it's going to be possible to get the number of folks you need to make?
I do. I think it'll be challenging, but I think it's possible. But it'll certainly be challenging.
Okay.
It's challenging in a good environment, honestly, but it's even more challenging in this environment, certainly.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I would, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to your attorney now, please. Mr. Speaker, did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you, Rich, but I did unmute myself, just like you. Is Ms. Wallishin around? Is she still on here?
I'm still here. You're still here.
There you are.
Correct.
Representative Collins has a question for you.
Well, I'm more than one.
All right, he has questions for you.
Yeah. So does the Delaware Constitution specify the reasons that a person would be allowed to request an absentee ballot?
For purposes of the general election, yes.
It does. And do you happen to, off the top of your head, know what those reasons are?
I'm sitting in front of my computer. I think they are in section 1.
No, Article 5, 4A.
No. I was going to say section 1 of the bill. They have to do with sickness, absence from the district. You're in the military because of business. Those are the reasons.
Yeah, there's called it's public service, business, sickness, vacation, religion. Now, concern about a disease, is that one of those listed reasons?
No.
All right. So how is it that the Constitution, as you know, to modify the Constitution is what is a 2/3 vote over 2 sessions? And this bill is a simple majority bill with no committee hearing. How are we able to override the Constitution with this simple majority bill?
There's another constitutional provision other than Article 5, Section 4A, and that is Article 17, Section 1, which allows the General Assembly in periods of emergency resulting from disease, which we are currently in, that in order to ensure the continuity of state and governmental operations, which elections are, it grants the General Assembly the power and duty to adopt such other measures as may be necessary and proper to ensure the continuity of governmental operations. While it indicates that while the provision mandates that the General Assembly respect and conform to the requirements of the Constitution, except to the extent that the judgment of the General Assembly it would be practicable to do so. And this bill, by passing this bill, and this is in lines 35 to 38, it reads, it's the judgment of the General Assembly that due to the highly contagious nature of COVID-19 and the need to protect the polling workers and then the electors from the infection of COVID-19, voting by mail is necessary and proper for ensuring the continuity of governmental operations, and to conform to the requirements of 4A would be impracticable.
Let me read the last sentence of Article 17.
Sure.
In the exercise of the powers conferred by this section, the General Assembly shall in all respects conform to the requirements of this Constitution, except to the extent that in the judgment of the General Assembly, to do so would be impracticable or would cause undue delay. Can you tell me what the meaning of the word impracticable is?
It would be that it would be extremely difficult, or it would be, I'm trying to think of a better word other than impossible, almost impossible, to ensure the safety of the public. In this circumstance, it would be impracticable to ensure the safety of both poll workers and electors, not to, or if we were to conform with Section 4A.
And yes, impracticable does basically, based on many different dictionaries, impossible to accomplish. So what I'm having difficulty with here is in this very specific word, impracticable. We've heard it testified that the election department is going to operate all the polling places, and that while it may be difficult, they believe they can do it. And we also know that in terms of workers, that people under a certain age have almost no risk to this virus, as shown by these statistics coming out of our health and human services folks. So how, in your opinion, does this situation justify overriding the Constitution?
This is a disease where asymptomatic people who have no idea that they have the virus can spread it in very close contact. And in this circumstance, people who, in order to vote in person, have to show up at a poll and be in close contact, not only with people that are in line, but other polling workers, and have to take precautions when touching machines, touching a table, touching a pen to sign in, all of those things which would make voting impracticable. I shouldn't say voting impracticable, but would make the containment of the spread of COVID-19 impracticable.
Well, in addition to the fact that the department believes they can do it, the election is not for 4.5 months. And I'd also like to point out that we have the ability to go into special session. In other words, we have tell me, we have any sure and certain knowledge? Again, remembering we are overriding the Constitution. This is not a casual action we're taking here. Do we have overwhelming information today that on November 3rd, that this is impossible?
Do we have overwhelming medical evidence?
Proof or is that it will be impossible?
My position, I'm a lawyer. I'm not a medical expert, but to the extent that there is sufficient news outlets who have reported about a resurgence of COVID-19 through the late summer and early fall and have warned of that, there have also been more
Can I interrupt
recently-
here? We're
Sure.
getting a little bit away from the bill itself. We're talking about who believes in the virus and who doesn't believe in the virus and the effects of the virus and who's infected and who's not infected and who's immune to it and who's not immune to it. That doesn't have anything to do with this. It has the possibility that it exists. We have a lot of people have died from it. I will say that I might be wrong, but the bill itself says an act to amend Title 15, not amend the Constitution. So let's move on.
But
If you have any other questions.
yes, Mr. Speaker, I
Rich?
do.
Let's make it a question.
I
on
am
the-
not
on the
talking
bill.
about the virus at all. I am talking about
You have been,
violating
Rich.
the Constitution with this bill.
It's an act to amend Title 15. Title 15 is not in the
And Title
Constitution.
15 allows the General Assembly to make this act.
No, I'm talking about Article 5. Article 5, Mr. Speaker, that spells out.
But Article
Well, the
5 is
person
not
can
mentioned,
request an
not
absentee
mentioned in this
ballot
bill. Talking about Article 5 is beyond the scope of the title of the bill.
We're talking about
Title-
overriding Article 5 with this bill.
An act to amend
That's what
Title
this bill is
15.
for.
Rich, an act to amend Title 15 of the Delaware Code relating to voting by mail for the 2020 non-presidential primary, general, and special elections. That is the heading of the title. It doesn't have anything to do with Article 5.
Article 15, or excuse me, Title 15 has to do with all of the rules for elections.
That's what they're amending.
5 is what controls Title 15 in state code. The Constitution takes precedence over the code. Surely we all agree to that, don't we?
Rich?
Let me just ask a couple more questions and I'll be done.
Okay.
I will tell you this. I did study up that the whole reason these things were put in state constitutions, they're in about 33 states, I think, because of the fear of nuclear war back in the 50s. And what they were talking about was the federal government asked the states to do it because they feared this sudden and catastrophic, overwhelming emergency. I'm sorry, we are not in a sudden, catastrophic, overwhelming emergency. And we certainly don't know if we will be in November at this point. I think I said enough. I know how the vote will go, but I think I've gotten the information I've needed here.
Thank you, Rich. Representative Ruth Briggs King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to follow up, and most of these questions are probably technical and will be for our commissioner. As the commissioner may not know, I read and I research, and so I have a curious nature, and so some of it specifically to some of the policies or procedures that say will be used. So with that in mind, if you, I don't know if you have the bill in front of you to look along or not, but one of the first things is the legislation speaks of new absentee and mail ballots if sufficient time. So if something were to happen and there needed to be a new ballot created, and we had that situation actually a few years ago in Sussex County where there was a late action that caused things to have to be redone quite suddenly. Can you tell me what you would determine would be sufficient time to do mail balloting if there had to be a court order change?
Yes, we would basically, we would just determine, the basic determination would be how, just the practical nature of how quickly we could print them, the mail requirements, anticipating how long we would need for mailing out, mailing back to receive in time. Certainly, and I recall, I wasn't in this role, but I recall that situation, of course, in Sussex. And we did discuss that a lot. It would, basically, our prerogative on that is we would try to push that out as far as we could. We wouldn't want to disenfranchise anybody and put them in a position where they wouldn't get it. But as far as we could make that work, with the mail and the practicalities of the mail system, we would certainly do that if there was a last minute change, court ordered or otherwise, even if not court ordered.
So that lends on down to around line 75 where it talks about providing a deadline date, sufficient time. What are you anticipating is the last date that you could prepare, mail something out, and then get it back prior to November?
The procedures that we use now, and it's also in the code too, is that 4 days preceding the election is the last day that we mail. So for a Tuesday election, Friday is the last day that they are mailed. We can issue, and again, I apologize because I am talking, about absentee as well, and I know this mirrors a lot of the absentee. Absentee ballots, in any kind of in-person voting can be issued until noon the day prior to the election, but for mail, it's 4 days preceding. And again, that's just to allow time, sufficient time. You're still cutting it tight there, but we are fortunate, at least in Delaware, that our mail, even though this national mail standards have changed and actually are a bit longer for first-class mail, they're about 2 to 5 business days. They used to be 1 to 4 business days. We're fortunate in Delaware, we still have very good mail service standards because of the close location of a lot of major mail facilities, including Harris Corner right here locally, that handles our Delaware mail.
Because the concern would be that if we mailed it out and, say it mailed on a Thursday or Friday, and it didn't get there till Monday, and then it had to be back by Tuesday.
Right. That's true. That is true. Yeah. And we still have the provision, and I know it's not always practical, but of course, you know, for the delivery, and there's provision I know in here for the drop boxes at the offices as well. If you wish to not use the postal service, you wish to do it by hand as well. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to get a little bit more questions, I think, for you now regarding some of the challenging process, just to make sure that I clearly understand that. So on line 201 of the language, it states the district number will be on a log sheet, and that log sheet, is it going to be a hand log or electronic log? How will those log sheets be done? And when it talks about teams will duplicate the ballots, define to me who those teams are and who might be observing this process.
Sure. The log sheets are sheets that are prepared out of the voter registration system. And those are the sheets that we use to verify the ballots that have been requested and then subsequently returned. So they are printed, and they are they have them in alphabetical order by election, you know, RDED, election district and all. The teams that are referred to, and again, this is similar to some of the absentee process now, is that these teams are bipartisan teams. So Democrats and Republicans are generally, or they're certainly never the same party. And these are individuals that are recruited by the county offices. They can be, there's a number of individuals. Some of them also serve as poll workers or election day support workers. Some are even former employees. Other people recruited through the elections board, or folks they refer. And these are the teams again that they're always bipartisan or not the same party. Certainly, they're the teams that are reviewing the ballots, checking them in, making sure everything is agrees with the lists, and then going to the remakes. Again, that's the situation where you have ballots that for some reason may not be able to be read by the tabulating equipment, the scanning equipment, that would need to be remade. And the process for that, again, it's always, again, under this bipartisan control. There are strict logs kept of the ballots. The original ballots are always retained, and there is a numbering system. And again, this is long after the ballots have been separated from the ballot envelope, so the anonymity is preserved. But just to get to the technical side of it, you may have ballot one that was your original ballot that could not be read. Say someone sent it back and they made a copy of it, or they somehow damaged the paper, or for example, tore it. You would have your original ballot one, and you would have your remade ballot one, all logged, all auditable, and all able to be checked under these bipartisan teams. You also asked a question about observing as well. Similar to the current process, the actual timing or gatherings when these are processed, those are actually posted by the county offices as public meetings, and individuals are welcome to come in. They're all considered public meetings. Individuals who want to observe or challenge anyone, if there are any particular names or individuals like that, the county directors there in the offices would be the points of contact overseeing that, and they could be contacted if you had particular concerns about individuals that you wished to challenge. But the process is always open for observation, and again, it is a public meeting, so everyone's welcome to be there to observe any part of the process. And I know when I was in the county level, would show people the process, walk you through everything from beginning to end, and be happy to show that to anyone.
I think I had another follow-up question based on that then. It goes on and talks about lines 300 and 315 about it can be witnessed, and as elected officials can witness that.
Right. That's correct.
I had one more final question that I wanted to sort of ask in that, and that's when we're talking about maintaining the records for prevention of fraud and making it possible to trace and detection. Tell me a little bit about how you're going to set up that day to try and prevent some of these other things, that are potentially, because surely you have to be thinking about people that might be trying to take advantage of an opportunity with something that's uncertain and unknow. So, what things are you thinking about that you might be concerned to look for and how to oversee?
Sure. In addition to kind of one of the things I think we had referenced maybe a little bit earlier, talking about the protocols that are in place, for example, with the poll books, that whole polling place versus, absentee question or vote by mail question, excuse me. In the actual process of sorting the ballots and preparing them, our voter registration system, where all this is integrated into, offers us a variety of different reports, like I mentioned to you earlier, the reports we use for comparing the ballots to. So those have built-in error audit protection pieces in there. So we could certainly tell if there, and the system actually would flag this long before that, if there was any attempt for example, more than one ballot to come in from an individual. The system tracks from end to end, from the ballot request through the ballot return, through the ballot logging. So we have ways to verify that individually and to see if there's any sort of anomalies. Again, certainly if anyone, there's no way to enter more than one ballot into the system for a voter, for example. Give you that. I can assure you that there's a lot of checks built in this system.
And the final thing, what would happen if there was a challenge and the mail judges or somebody couldn't resolve that challenge? What would happen with that? So let's say that there was some ballots and then there were questions and they were challenged and it couldn't be resolved. What would be the?
There would be, in those cases, there would be a referral to, again, the county directors there on site. And certainly we would seek legal guidance from our deputy AGs, certainly if there was another, any sort of question. Now, one of the items on that, just kind of the routine challenges, and the individuals who are handling this are instructed with this. Some of the standard challenges, and again, things that we try to remedy before we even get to that step, things such as if a ballot's returned and it's not sealed, or a ballot's returned and the oath is not signed, or something of that nature. Our staff's work to kind of handle that prior to that. If a ballot's returned with no signature, for example, to return it with instructions for signature. So we can catch a lot of that. The last thing we want is to get to the day before the election or election day and you're counting it and you find a ballot without a signature, or that's opened, it wasn't ever sealed, someone forgot to seal it, and then we can't count their vote.
I think one of the other things that I had read was that, once you've given your vote, that you can monitor the process or the progress of that vote that you've cast. How is that going to work? Because let's say I look and I see that I've sent everything in and it appears that I haven't voted. And maybe that's because it was challenged or something wasn't right. How can I remedy that? How can the mail-in?
Right. We have the tracking through the voter portal, the iVote system. So that tracks it from end to end. And if there is a question where the voter, the ballot is not showing up as being accepted, the voter can track that, contact our office and one of our offices, and they'd be happy to go over that with the voter. And again, like I said, those earlier steps, we would try to remedy that prior to that if there was a reason that was easily identified, such as the signature or the seal, something like that.
And I guess my final question is, when we're sending out the instructions for the mail-in ballots, will that be on there? So if you want to say track your vote or whatever, that will.
We will.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Postles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 10 minutes, it's been breaking up a little bit, so I don't know if I've got a bandwidth problem or not, but hopefully I can get this in. First, I want to thank the commissioner. He's answered a number of questions that I had. I want to go back just a second to 37, where it was talking about the challenges. So the challenge, the ballots can be opened, not tabulated, but opened in that 30 days prior to the election day. Would that be a certain time? If there were to be challenges, do they need to be at a certain time during the day, or they just need to be there all day long? Or how would that work from a practical
Sure. Each office will be posting the times when they will be processing ballots, and it will be ongoing. They'll be ongoing. It may change day to day, perhaps with schedules, but it will be posted, and there'll be public meetings. And again, like I said, if there's an individual or some individuals that want to be, or you have a request for a challenge, contact the county office, the directors there, and make them aware of that, and they can certainly look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Another question, and it's just a clarification. I'm not sure I understand. Line 273, 274, where it talks about the validity of a voter's ballot for the wrong district.
Mhm.
It says if a male voter marks and returns a mail ballot for an election district other than the one of which he is a resident, such a ballot shall not be judged invalid, but indicated as a marking of the ballot of a voter shall be counted as a vote for every candidate appearing thereon. So I just have a question. Okay, he's in the wrong district. Maybe he's even in the wrong RD district, but certainly if he's in the wrong ED, and maybe for instance, there's a different levy court commissioner because of the different ED. How would that work?
Sure.
I mean, it would be that if it's wrong, I don't know why it would be wrong, but if it's wrong, it ought to be just invalidated. So
Right.
walk that through for me a little bit.
Sure. This provision actually also echoes some of the absentee ballot language, and that gets back to, again, this gets back to historically, because the process is largely a manual process with human intervention. So there is always that chance, even though there's quality checks before they go out, there's always that chance that someone may have inserted an incorrect ballot, sent it to the voter. So this provision gives the benefit of the doubt as much as possible to the voter, so that their vote is not completely discounted, but that if there are common offices like statewide or countywide offices, or if it's a different ED in the same RD, so it's the same, representative, we can count their votes as much as possible. Again, if it gets down to the more localized level, like a levy court, something like that, that may not be possible if it's like the second district and they got one with the third district levy court, then we can. But we try to give them as much as possible. Thankfully, it doesn't happen, too often. But again, it accounts for that human error that can happen.
Okay. And one final question on line 323. It talks about the emergency authority for the state election commissioner. And it talks about emergencies. Could you give me an example of what that emergency might be and what would it look like?
Yeah, that would, again, on that language, I know it speaks to some very kind of like civil unrest or things like that. If there were significant disturbances of some sort where, for example, it would be impossible to operate, again, going back to polling places, say there was some natural disaster that took out an area, then we'd have to try to, we have authority to kind of compensate for that. If we have to, in an emergency, relocate a polling place, just use that as an example. A fire, a few years ago up in Newcastle, Townsend, as I recall, we had a roof collapse at the fire hall there, which is a polling place. We had to relocate at the last minute. And we couldn't follow the normal procedures of notifying everybody, but it was one of those things where we could do that just to try to get people in there to vote, and try to keep it as much as normal operations as we could.
So would a really severe outbreak of COVID qualify in that way?
It could. I'd certainly have to consult with our legal folks if anything like that, God forbid, ever happens. So,
thank you. You've been very helpful. I appreciate appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Representative Postles. Representative Longhurst, I believe you're up for a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I go to the roll call, I really want to honestly thank Anthony. I think he did an excellent job tonight explaining, and I have a lot more confidence. Every time you speak, I have more confidence. So roll call, Mr. Speaker.
See no more questions. Mr. Clerk, call the roll on House Bill number 346 as amended by House Amendment number 5.
Mr. Bombeck.
Yes.
Mr. Bombeck, yes. Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, yes. Mr. Benz.
Yes.
Mr. Benz, yes. Ms. Bolden.
Yes.
Ms. Bolden, yes. Mr. Brady.
Yes.
Mr. Brady, yes. Mrs. Briggs King.
No.
Mrs. Briggs King, no. Mr. Bush.
Yes.
Mr. Bush, yes. Mr. Carson.
Yes.
Mr. Carson, yes. Mr. Chakwocha.
Yes.
Mr. Chakwocha, yes. Mr. Collins.
No.
Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Mr. Cook, yes. Mrs. Dorsey Walker.
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsey Walker, yes. Mr. Dukes.
No.
Mr. Dukes, no. Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray, absent. Ms. Griffith.
Yes.
Excuse me. Ms. Griffith is voted yes. Mr. Gray, did you vote no?
Yes, I did. Pushing the space bar would not work for me, so I went to take myself off mute. Thank you for coming back to me.
Mr. Gray, from absent to voting no. Ms. Griffith is voted yes. Mrs. Heffernan.
Voting yes.
Mrs. Heffernan, yes. Mr. Hensley.
No.
Mr. Hensley, no. Mr. Jakes.
Yes.
Mr. Jakes, yes. Mrs. Johnson.
Voting yes.
Mrs. Johnson, yes. Mr. Q Johnson. Mr. Q Johnson. Mr. Q Johnson absent. Mr. Kowalko.
With great pleasure, yes.
Mr. Kowalko, yes. Mrs. Longhurst.
Yes.
Mrs. Longhurst, yes. Mr. Lynn.
Yes.
Mr. Lynn, yes. Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Matthews, yes. Mrs. Minor Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Minor Brown, yes. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, yes. Mr. Morris.
No.
Mr. Morris, no. Mr. Osinski.
Yes.
Mr. Osinski, yes. Mr. Postles.
No.
Mr. Postles, no. Mr. Ramon.
Not voting.
Mr. Ramon, not voting. Mr. Siegfried.
Yes.
Mr. Siegfried, yes. Mr. Short.
No.
Mr. Short, no. Mr. Shoup.
No.
Mr. Shoup, no. Mr. Smith.
Not voting.
Mr. Smith, not voting. Mr. Smick.
No.
Mr. Smick, no. Mr. Spiegelman.
Voting no.
Mr. Spiegelman, no. Mr. Vanderwyn.
No.
Mr. Vanderwyn, no. Mr. Viola.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Viola, yes. Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Mrs. Williams, yes. Mr. Yerrick.
No.
Mr. Yerrick, no. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Representative Johnson? Is he back?
Speaker.
No. Rich, wind it up.
Mr. Speaker, the roll call reveals 25 yes, 13 no, 2 not voting, 1 absent.
Having received its constitutional majority, House Bill number 346 is amended by House Amendment number 5 is declared passed the House. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any communications?
Yes, there is. Mr. Puffer.
Mr. Speaker, communications from the Senate dated June 16th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Senate wishes to inform the House that it has passed Senate Bill 191, Senate Substitute 1 for Senate Bill 243, Senate Substitute 1 for Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 227, and requests the concurrence of the House. And the Senate has passed House Bill 269, House Bill 297, 263 with House Amendment 1, House Bill 301, House Bill 331, House Bill 334, and House Bill 335, and is returning the same to the House. Mr. Speaker, this concludes the reading of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Clerk. Representative Longhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's anything else, I move that we recess to the call of the chair.
See no hands raised. The House will stand in recess till 2 p.m. on Wednesday, June 24th, 2020.